Chapter 2554. Cloud Lord's eyes were half closed as he said in a low voice, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the Demon Empress. That kind of situation will never happen." The Demon Empress said indifferently, "I don't think so." She said somewhat mockingly, "Didn't you spit out blood just now? This kind of thing can happen again and again. There's nothing strange about it happening over and over again." Cloud Lord suddenly turned his head. "Yao Xiner, you seem to have been trying to provoke me today. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with?" The Demon Empress spread out her hands. "Actually, it's not just today." At this moment, the Demon Empress didn't wait for Cloud Lord to speak. She suddenly flew up into the sky like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, Cloud Lord also flew up into the sky like an auspicious cloud. The two of them seemed to be fighting over something. Bang, 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 without any warning. The two of them were already exchanging punches and kicks in midair. In an instant, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. With a bang, the saint's body continued to rise while the Demon Empress body rapidly descended. However, a white silk suddenly flew out of the Demon Empress sleeve and wrapped around Cloud Lord's waist without hesitation. She then pulled him down with all her might. Cloud Lord's body shook as the white silk exploded with a boom. However, another white silk wrapped around his leg. At the same time, countless fluorescent lights flickered in midair. Countless thin needles suddenly filled the sky. Guru Yun retracted his foot, and the white silk exploded again. He waved his hands lightly, and a whirlpool quickly formed in front of him. The flying needles that filled the sky entered the whirlpool like rivers flowing into the sea, and they were all crushed. However, after this obstruction, a white figure flashed in front of him. The Demon Empress was already standing in front of him. She held a snow-white curved blade in her hands. She smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, what are you doing? Everyone is chatting so happily. It's better for you to come down and continue chatting." Cloud Lord's eyes looked as if he wanted to swallow Yao Xiner whole. He said word by word, "Get out of my way." The Demon Empress rolled her eyes. She had no intention of backing down. She smiled and said, "What if I don't?" The Cloud Master let out a long howl. "Yao Xiner, you forced me to do this." Without saying a word, his clothes fluttered without wind. His hair fluttered, and his eyes were like lightning bolts. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a shining long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. "Is this your personal weapon, the Mountain River Sword?" The Demon Empress pointed her curved saber forward and said indifferently, "It has already been 2 million years, and the Mountain River Sword and the Demon King's hook have not clashed. Today, let us decide the victor between them." The sage remained silent and motionless. However, the long sword in his hand seemed to spontaneously split into 10, 100, 1,000 swords. Slowly, a mountain of swords slowly formed in front of him. The curved saber in the Demon Empress' hand flickered with white light, and a white mist suddenly surged out. Immediately, the saber was enveloped by the white mist and could no longer be seen. The sword in Saint Monarch's hand was the #1 divine weapon in the Heaven Imperial Court, Mountain River Sword. Its full name was the Universe Sword of Mountains and Rivers. The Universe Sword of Mountains and Rivers. With the sword in hand, the mountains and rivers would be set. No matter if the world was turned upside down, or if the galaxy was hung upside down. With the Mountain River Sword in hand, the world was in the heart. This sword was the symbol of the highest authority in the Heaven Imperial Court, and it was also the #1 divine weapon. It was indestructible and unbreakable. Meanwhile, the saber in the Demon Empress' hand was the peerless demon weapon, the Demon King's hook, passed down from generations of Demon Kings. The full name of this saber was the 100,000 Demon King's soul hook. According to legend, the demon race was extremely prosperous back then, and they were far above the human race. Countless Demon Kings fought for hegemony, and in the end, an unparalleled Demon King unified the demon race. He captured all the 100,000 Demon Kings who were stirring up trouble, extracted their souls, and refined them. Using the Demon King's flesh and blood as materials and the true fire of heaven and earth as the furnace, he finally refined the 100,000 Demon Kings into a peerless demon weapon. This was also the publicly recognized #1 demonic saber in the world. However, since ancient times, the mountain river sword, which represented the strongest divine weapon of the human race in the Heaven Imperial Court, and the Demon King's hook, the #1 demon weapon of the demon race, had never clashed head-on. However, today, at this moment, the Great Sage and the Demon Empress seemed to have taken out their weapons at the same time for some unknown reason and were prepared for battle. It's only right that the Demon King's hook is in my hand. However, it's a pity that the mountain river sword is in your hand. It's like casting pearls before swine. The Demon Empress waved the demon saber and said, "Venerable cloud, come." Right at this moment, the white fog that lingered on the Demon King's hook suddenly surged out crazily and completely shrouded the sword mountain on the opposite side. Within the white fog, there seemed to be countless ferocious figures rushing out one after another, crying out strangely as they charged towards the sword mountain. At the same time, the mountain and river sword also transformed into a world of 10,000 kilometers. Countless figures took the opportunity to charge out and engaged in an abnormally intense battle with those strange-looking fellows. For a moment, it was clearly a battle between two people, but at this moment, it seemed like thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were fighting at the same time. This was also the first time that the Demon King's hook and the mountain river sword met. Two peerless weapons had their own souls. Right now, although the Demon Empress and Venerable Cloud hadn't moved, the souls of the saber and the sword had already fought fiercely. 100,000 Demon Kings swarmed out, covering the sky and hiding the earth. 1,000,000 divine weapons surged like the wind and clouds, appearing majestically. The weapons of both sides were engaged in battle. As the true participants of the battle, the Demon Empress and the Saint didn't make any further moves. They stood quietly, like deep pools and lofty mountains. Of course, this was just an illusion. In reality, both of them were using their essence, chi, and spirit to control their saber and sword, watching those illusory souls fight. Their expressions were unusually serious. A battle of this level was even more dangerous than a pure physical battle. A slight difference could lead to a complete loss. In this battle, although the two of them were the initiators, they didn't have the power to stop them. The saber and sword souls of both sides were mortal enemies. Once they met, they would fight to the death. Suddenly, the Saint's eyebrows twitched. Forcefully, he broke through the battlefield with his sword and turned into a shooting star in the sky. Retreating and dodging, he left the battlefield and rushed into the sky. Facing this change, the Demon Empress 1,000,000 demons also rushed up. The Demon Empress' white clothes fluttered in the wind. She turned into a long rainbow and shouted, "3 great demon spirits." The 3 great demon spirits that had been hiding in the dark immediately attacked with all their might. 3 streaks of black flowing light blocked the Saint's path as if they were risking their lives. The Saint shouted, "Demon Exunner, you really want to go against me?" The Demon Empress snorted, "This can't be called going against you. We're just learning from each other." Before she finished speaking, the Demon King's hook flashed and flew in the sky. In the white fog, 100,000 Demon Kings roared in unison. A blood-colored saber aura turned into a shocking blood rainbow, learning from each other. At this time, she could still say such a thing. The Saint was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In the distant sky, a blood-colored ray of light flew over at extreme speed. It flashed in the sky and arrived in front of the Saint in an instant. Obviously, it was coming toward the Saint. However, the Saint had 3 great demon spirits in front of him and the Demon Empress behind him. It seemed that it was too late to help. At this critical moment, the Saint roared. The long sword in his hand turned into thousands of objects the size of mountains and rivers in the starry sky and fell down with a loud bang. His whole body also turned into thousands and thousands of them in an instant. Thousands and thousands of Saint Emperors attacked at the same time. This move was almost the full strength of the Saint Emperor. The full strength of the Saint Emperor that hadn't been seen for at least hundreds of thousands of years had reappeared in the world. Boom! The 3 great demon spirits that were blocking the front groaned miserably and were sent flying like kites with broken strings. The demon empress also let out a muffled groan. Her body flew diagonally and was sent flying for more than 500 meters. The saint rose into the sky and met the blood-colored ray of light with extreme speed. Swish! The demon king's hook left the demon empress' hand and turned into a flying rainbow. This saber was so fast that it almost surpassed the speed of flowing light. When the demon empress was retreating, she forcefully endured her injuries and integrated all of her cultivation into this saber. After the saber was released, she finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the saint roared, "Demon Exiner, you dare!" However, even if he was a saint, at this very moment, it was already too late for him to stop that blade in this situation. That saber light that was like a meteor in the sky arrived first. Without any obstruction, it cut the blood-colored ray of light that was flying through the sky. The Demon King's hook tore the souls of 100,000 demon spirits at the same time and pulled the latter half of the blood-colored ray of light straight into the sky. In a flash, it had already disappeared. The Saint Emperor received it with all his strength. However, this saber didn't slash at him, but at the void in front of him. With the sharpness of the Demon King's hook, even the Saint Emperor didn't dare to receive it rashly. He could only watch as the blood-colored ray of light was cut into two. The first half of the ray of light let out a mournful cry as if it was on the verge of death. It finally entered the Saint Emperor's body. The Saint Emperor was furious and let out a long roar towards the sky. At this moment, he couldn't suppress his anger anymore. It was as if he wanted to burn the heaven and earth. The Demon Empress' white robes fluttered in the wind, and there were two abnormal dark red blossoms on her face, which made her even more beautiful than before. She smiled gently and said, "Your Majesty Saint Lord is indeed very knowledgeable and knowledgeable. Your cultivation is extremely profound. This little sister is truly impressed. I've lost this time, Spar. I've lost wholeheartedly, and I'm full of admiration." Spar? Master Yun stared at Demon Exion, and gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. The three demon spirits had already leaped up again and turned into three gusts of wind. They surrounded the Demon Empress as if they were protecting her, but also as if they were on guard against something. In midair, there was a violent saber cry as the Demon King's hook returned. The Demon Empress gently stretched out her hand. The Demon King's hook immediately turned into a white line and fell into her pure white hand. With a flip of her wrist, the peerless demon weapon disappeared. The Demon Empress smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, today's spar has come to an end. The legend of the Saint Emperor's undefeated will be written again. Shall we go down and drink some tea to celebrate?" Go down and drink some tea? Celebrate? Guru Yun was so angry that he felt like he was going to explode. Chapter 25:55. The sage's eyes stared at the Demon Empress for a long, long time. Suddenly, the anger on his face gradually dissipated, and he let out a long breath. He laughed softly. "Since Exine is so kind, this seat naturally has to drink this tea. Please, Exine, come to the extreme heaven. Of course, it's still my treat." The Demon Empress' heart couldn't help but tremble. In a very short time, Cloudmaster had recovered his normal attitude. He was affable and amiable. This kind of forbearance, this kind of accomplishment, this kind of self-control, all made the Demon Empress' heart tremble. She smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the sage is really too polite. Since that's the case, please." The two smiled at each other and floated down from the distant sky. Almost at the beginning of the two's separation, Cloudmaster immediately issued an order. Mobilize secret forces to kill the Demon Empress with all their strength. At the same time, the experts of the Extreme Heaven Saint Palace were dispatched in large numbers, rushing to the big western sky. Several other orders transmitted to the other heavens and earth were also issued. All organizations with the name Heavenly Armament Pavilion in the Heavenly Imperial Court are to be banned. Anyone who dares to resist is to be eliminated immediately. Then, the sage left the extreme heaven. The sage's reason for leaving was very simple. One of the three big bases was already gone, and even the doppelganger he had arranged had been beaten to death. Naturally, there was no need to go there again. The people who did it there would definitely escape upon hearing the news. They definitely wouldn't wait there for him to retaliate. And the real top priority right now was to prevent the other two bases from being destroyed by the enemy forces one by one. In each base, apart from the 3 Devil Masters and a doppelganger, the others were all still in the process of nurturing the myriad Saint True spirits that hadn't really taken shape. It could be said that they still hadn't formed a high-end resistance, especially facing the people who had done it this time. Since they had the ability to destroy one of the bases, they naturally had the ability to destroy the other two. They obviously already possessed this kind of strength. Although the sage wasn't clear about the true strength of the people who had done it this time, he knew that one of the 3 big bases he had hidden had been completely destroyed. In other words, the matter of him nurturing the myriad Saint True spirits was no longer a secret to some people. Since the secret was no longer a secret and was already known by people, the sage was no longer afraid and no longer worried about the secret being leaked. Since the mask of hypocrisy had been torn apart, then he would be an evil person through and through. Since you're forcing me to go to the extreme, you'll have to bear my wrath. For over 1,000,000 years, no one has ever dared to provoke me like this. Back then, the only person who provoked me was Zihao. Even if he was a celestial emperor, even if he had the help of Donghuang Shui Han from another world, he was still toyed to death by me. His fate will be the same as yours, or even more miserable than his. I will make everything you do from now on become a trap for you to bury your bones. The sage didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave. His eyes were ice cold, and from this moment onwards, the sage had truly changed, because he no longer needed to deliberately conceal it. The selfless holy monarch who had torn off his mask would be even more terrifying, extremely terrifying. Perhaps you can control a few heavens and earth now. Perhaps you have the East Emperor Demon Empress as a strong ally. Perhaps your growth is fast enough. Perhaps you think that you already have the ability to go against me. But I want to use facts to tell you that the current you is not enough, far from enough. I'm no longer the superior cloud who couldn't do anything against Zihao and Shui Han. To what extent 1,000,000 years old myriad Saint True Spirit will nurture me, and to what extent it will nourish me. You, people who have never cultivated myriad Saint True Spirit, will never be able to imagine. My 1,000,000 years of hard work, my 1,000,000 years of training, will create a peerless expert that no one has ever seen before. You will never be able to imagine it. Since you've chosen to tear everything apart today, then you will definitely taste the consequences of rashly tearing open scars. In the valley, on the afternoon of the first day, Mo Tianji forcefully used heavy pills to recover himself. Then, he started to repair the array, and even further changed the nebula locking array. The moment Mo Tianji finished repairing the array, everyone was dumbfounded by the changes in front of them, because this mountain range was actually changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A towering mountain range was undergoing visible changes. What kind of scene was that? Was the earth cracking and the mountains collapsing? Was it earth-shattering? Was it an earthquake? Or was it all happening at once? A series of muffled sounds rang out one after another. Creak, creak, creak. The originally towering mountain range suddenly slowly sank into the ground. Well, perhaps this couldn't be said to be sinking. Instead, it was condensing and strengthening once again, shrinking inwards. In the end, the basin that was thousands of acres was actually condensed to less than 50 acres. It was only about 50 mu in radius, which was definitely not a big place. The surrounding mountain range also shrunk without exception. It had shrunk by more than 100 times. It was as neat as a knife, and there wasn't any place for climbing. The entire valley was like a vertical pin holder. As far as the eye could see, this was already a normal mountain. In fact, it was even more inconspicuous than a normal mountain. Above, the nebula locking array had been refined and improved by Mo Tianji. It was truly difficult for immortals to enter. Mo Tianji's master of manipulation and ghostly calculation and master of the world weren't just for show. He was completely confident that even if a Saint Monarch came personally, he wouldn't be able to break through the mountain under the nebula locking array. His arrangement was to guard against a Saint Monarch's surprise attack. The base was suddenly destroyed. No one could predict the Saint Monarch's reaction. If he rushed here to find traces of the culprit, wouldn't he be caught in the act? This was also a reasonable reaction. Moreover, the brothers' injuries hadn't healed yet. Even if they were fully healed, would they be able to confront the true number one person of the Heaven Palace Imperial Court? Previously, when they faced the Saint Monarch's clone, they were all injured. Big Brother Chu Yang's cultivation was almost crippled. If at this moment, the sage were to really come to this place and make a big move, then it would really be a complete wipeout. There would be no room for luck. This time, Mo Tianji had used up all his energy and mental strength to maintain this arrangement. However, for a few days, the Saint Monarch didn't come. On the 10th day, the Saint Monarch still didn't come. Everyone could finally be sure of one thing. At this time, if the Saint Monarch still didn't come, then he probably wouldn't come. Everyone's hearts that had been hanging in suspense were finally put down. Of course, Mo Tianji's support this time wasn't in vain. Even if this place couldn't become a fortress against the Saint Monarch, it would create a real paradise for the Heaven Palace Imperial Court in the future. Moreover, it would be an absolutely safe and quiet paradise. After confirming that the Saint Monarch wouldn't attack, everyone was even more relieved to heal their injuries. Chu Yang was still lying quietly. His mind was wandering, and he didn't wake up. However, everyone wasn't too worried. This was because Chu Yang's complexion was getting better and better by the day. Her originally ghastly pale and bloodless face slowly began to glow with a hint of redness. It was almost no different from a normal healthy person's complexion. Everyone was a cultivator. Naturally, they knew that although Chu Yang didn't wake up immediately, he must be using a special method to heal his injuries that no one knew of. Moreover, he was still in a state of improvement. Being in this state could only be a good thing. It definitely wouldn't be a bad thing. It was just that they didn't know if it had anything to do with Chu Yang. Things that made everyone feel even more strange happened one after another. First of all, the spiritual energy in this world gradually became abnormally rich. Speaking of which, this place could originally be considered a holy land for cultivation. The spiritual energy was abnormally rich. It was more than 10 times stronger than ordinary places. However, recently, the spiritual energy's richness had gradually decreased to an outrageous level. According to Tai Butyan's judgment, even when she was cultivating in the special space with Chu Yang back then, the spiritual energy's richness was only slightly better. Moreover, the spiritual energy's richness in this place showed signs of increasing. It was as if there was something mysterious here that could attract spiritual energy. It was attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to slowly but persistently gather here. In the first few days, it was just a gradual change. Although everyone felt it, it wasn't obvious. However, from the first day onwards, this change began to intensify and was out of control. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushed madly into this small valley, as if it was going to explode with spiritual energy. The top of the valley became shrouded in clouds and mist. However, later on, there would be light rain falling from time to time. This was actually a sign that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had already reached a certain level in the sky above the valley. After being infected by the clouds and mist, it turned into raindrops and fell down. These raindrops weren't ordinary raindrops. They were completely liquid spiritual energy water. In other words, in this valley, the spiritual energy was gradually condensing into a substance, turning from a gaseous state to a liquid state. When everyone tasted such rainwater, they were all stunned. How could there be such pure spiritual energy in this world? They could feel their spirits being lifted with just a sip. If they continued to drink, it was as if their bodies were being reborn. Although it still couldn't be compared to the spring of life, which was a transcendent divine item, it had an unimaginable effect on cultivation. Third brother Mo, everyone surrounded Mo Tianji, their faces full of admiration. It's one thing for you to be able to gather the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth using formations, But for you to be able to gather the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth to such an extent, it's really too high, too amazing. I really admire you. Chapter 25:56. This valley was not like this when they first arrived. It was completely different. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Moreover, Emotionji had directly used the power of the stars to shrink this valley. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Before Emotionji set up the formation, this kind of change did not appear at all. There was also no sign of the spiritual energy increasing. But after Emotionji set up the formation, this phenomenon happened. If this change had nothing to do with Emotionji, then who could it be? Apart from the master of calculation and manipulation, who else could have such a miraculous method to change the world? The corners of Emotionji's mouth twitched as he faced the compliments of his brothers. He could only force a smile. I enjoy everyone's compliments and reverence. I also hope that this change was caused by me. That way, I can receive everyone's compliments and reverence with a clear conscience. It's a pity that this change has nothing to do with me. The great nebula locking formation was indeed laid down by me. But the change in the spiritual energy in this valley wasn't caused by me. The great nebula locking formation does not have this effect. Ah, not you? Everyone opened their mouths wide. Everyone was confused. They scratched their heads in confusion. If it's not Emotionji, who else can it be? We don't seem to have such capabilities. The other possible culprit is still unconscious. Yet, such a miraculous phenomenon is happening just like that. Furthermore, it's getting more and more obvious and exaggerated with each passing day. What is going on? I understand. Since it was not caused by Trickster Emo, this is the only explanation. GMO slapped his thigh. He seemed to have suddenly understood. Everyone turned their heads and looked at this guy who clearly had a penetrating insight. They were all listening to his brilliant insights. It must be like this. There must be a peerless treasure that has never been seen before hidden under the ground of this valley, GMO said proudly, and this treasure has always been underground. It has never been exposed. Therefore, no one knows about it. And this time, Emotionji set up the formation and changed the landscape. He forcibly shrank the boundary, creating an unprecedented pressure. And this treasure underground is afraid of being squeezed. This treasure cannot stand it anymore. That's right, in order to survive, it began to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth towards itself. Everyone fainted at the same time. Was there such a treasure? Afraid of crowding? Why don't you say that you're afraid of pressure? GMO had a card up his sleeve. Let me explain it to you in detail. Well, how should I put it? Let's make an analogy. You're a tree. You've been taking root comfortably, but the density of the land has increased to a terrifying extent. Even your roots can't penetrate it. Not only was he unable to enter, he was even squeezed in. If you can't even come out, how are you going to deal with it? Naturally, we have to think of ways to fight against it. Gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to strengthen ourselves is naturally the best choice. Or let's say, if a person has been living in a big house all this time, but one day, the house suddenly shrinks to the point where you can't even turn your butt around, or even completely surround you, how would you deal with it? And this is definitely the case with the treasure in this area. Jimo's eloquence was torrential, and he was actually citing examples from ancient scriptures to explain. Although everyone still felt that this explanation was a little unreliable, but after careful consideration, it seemed that there was still a bit of fallacy in it. Therefore, they were half convinced and half doubtful. Then where do you think the treasure is now? Everyone blinked their eyes. It's underground, within the range of this 50 mu of land. The closer it is to the center, the more likely it is. GMO vowed solemnly. He pointed at his feet and said, "Let's first dig a hole in the center. There's a high chance that we'll be able to dig it out. Brothers, then we'll be rich." It's equivalent to carrying a super treasure that can gather a large amount of spiritual chi. Emotionji snorted disdainfully at this explanation. GMO, don't blindly think about it. The people of the Saint Monarch have been guarding here day and night for hundreds of thousands of years. Not only are there 3 devil masters guarding here, There's also a clone of the Saint Monarch. If there really was such a treasure, it would have been dug out long ago. Just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Maybe they're all idiots? Don't you think those guys are idiots? They really don't have good eyesight. GMO opened his eyes and retorted. Although he knew that Emotionji's words were very reasonable, GMO would feel uncomfortable if he didn't refute him. Moreover, GMO was very confident in his own deduction. Perhaps this was the truth. Since you're so insistent, then go ahead and dig. If you dig it out, it's yours. No one will snatch it from you. I don't think you have the luck. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you, GMO, really don't have the luck. Emotionji rolled his eyes and continued to recuperate. Speaking of which, everyone's injuries had recovered a lot in the past few days. However, they were still far from being completely healed. Emotionji's recovery was the slowest. He had to drag his sick body to set up the formation. His spiritual chi had not recovered and was even more damaged. Naturally, his recovery was slower than the others. Let's dig then. When we dig out the treasure, it's all mine. GMO was ruthless. He was provoked by Emotionji's words and could not back down. What do you mean by not having the luck? What do you mean by not having the luck? I'll dig it out for you to see. GMO began to work that night. Everyone crossed their arms and watched the excitement from the side. After Emotionji joined in, those who originally supported GMO gave up the idea of supporting him. None of you are helping now. When I dig it out, don't snatch it from me. GMO pleaded for a long time. However, no one helped him. He could only threaten them fiercely. Just dig it out. When you dig it out, it's naturally yours. We're just here to watch the show. Dong Wushang crossed his arms and swayed back and forth. That's right. No matter what, we're both celestial emperors now. Why would we snatch it from you? Xie Danxiong pretended to be arrogant. GMO continued to dig. The ground was too solid. Even though GMO had the strength of a high-level saint, he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. Therefore, he didn't dare to use his full strength. He could only dig like an ordinary person. Although his progress wasn't slow, it wasn't fast either. Everyone joined in the fun and commanded, dig over here. Maybe it's here. Over there. I vaguely feel that the spiritual energy there is denser. Dig deeper. Idiot. Over here. GMO was really ruthless this time. He was determined to dig out the treasure. He put in all his effort and worked hard. With his high-level saint cultivation, he was digging from the inside. Although this ground was strengthened by the Lucky Lock formation, it was still digging from the inside. When he exerted his full strength, his progress was still quite fast. Of course, this was only in comparison to GMO's level of cultivation. If it was an ordinary person, even a celestial being level expert, it was hard to say whether they could dig such a big hole. Even if they could, they would probably be half paralyzed from exhaustion. After a day and a night, GMO dug a big hole with a radius of 3 to 5 miles. He dug until the underground spring water gushed out. However, he dug until he reached an underground river. The river water was ice cold. It soared into the sky like a fountain. However, he still did not dig out anything. On the contrary, the more he dug, the thinner the spiritual energy underground. GMO resentfully stopped digging and jumped out. He saw that the people who hadn't wanted to help were moving the stones that they had dug out in another direction under Emotionji's command. Moreover, they were gradually piling up the stones. The big hole that GMO dug gradually formed a small lake due to the gradual filling of the underground water. The clear water was very cute. GMO was covered in mud and looked very pathetic. He blinked and asked, "What are you all doing?" Emotionji kept saying that this place lacks a lake. It's not beautiful enough, and there's no place to store spiritual energy. Dong Wushang held back his laughter. Isn't it just nice that you need to dig a hole to do labor? So, everyone simply handed this glorious and difficult task to you. You really lived up to everyone's expectations. You successfully dug out a lake. With your own strength, you dug out a scenic lake in a day and a night. What a great harvest. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed together. Even Imo Qingwu and Tai Butian, who came out to watch because Chu Yang had not woken up, also pursed their lips and smiled when they saw this scene. They could not help but laugh. GMO opened his mouth but could not say anything. After a long time, he spat and scolded angrily. Fuck. So, not only have you all been acting stupid these few days, you even treated me as a worker. You all are really good. Really, brothers? I finally know you all. Everyone laughed. Who asked you to insist on digging for treasures? You insisted that there must be treasures below? We didn't say that. Besides, you asked for it yourself. We didn't force you, right? GMO was tongue-tied. He stood there and was directly petrified. After a while, he said angrily, if Imo Tianji didn't provoke me, would I have dug? I've been tricked by that swindler. Everyone laughed even harder. Why didn't we fall for it? Isn't it because of you? While they were talking, Imo Tianji walked out with his white robe fluttering. He exclaimed, wow, what a beautiful lake. What a beautiful scenery. GMO, you're indeed an expert at digging holes. I'm impressed. I announce that from now on, this lake will be called GMO Lake. With one sentence from Imo Tianji, lonely lake appeared in this world. But this lake was indeed lonely. Not to mention that it was sealed inside. There was indeed only one lake in the world with such abundant spiritual energy. Of course, no one would know that this lonely lake would cause a huge commotion in the future. Chapter 2557. GMO was fooled, and after hearing such sarcastic remarks, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. I'll beat you to death, you swindler. You're full of evil tricks. Gigolo, you don't have any good intentions. You're so bad. The two of them immediately got into a fight. Both of them had yet to recover from their injuries, and they were evenly matched at this moment. GMO even had a slight advantage because of his anger. Imo Qingwu and the other girls all loved beauty. Although they knew that they wouldn't be able to stay here for long, they still built 2 pavilions on the lake even if they only stayed for a while. Anyway, with their cultivation, building a few pavilions was just like playing around. At a glance, the water was green, and the fountain rushed up to the sky, then fell down again, smashing on the newly built pavilions, and then scattered everywhere, like pieces of broken jade jumping continuously. And in the pavilions, whether it was talking about the world or drinking tea and discussing Tao, they were all happy and contented. Therefore, all the men sneered at this in their hearts. Women like this kind of thing. However, they still had to pretend that they liked it very much. Their mouths were constantly praising it. What elegance! What class! What class! But they were cursing in their hearts. Can this broken thing be eaten or drunk? What can it be used for? It would be better to fight with GMO. Everyone's noses and faces will be swollen. Since the appearance of this lake, the changes in the entire valley were even more obvious. Previously, because Imo Tianji used the nebula locking formation to forcefully suppress all the plants in this valley, they couldn't withstand such overwhelming pressure. Because they were unable to bear the unprecedented pressure, all of them turned into powder, and not a trace of green could be seen. And with the appearance of the lake, spiritual energy poured into the lake like a tide, and then spread out again. Slowly, a green grassland appeared around the lake at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lush and verdant, like green satin, gradually extended outwards. This green seemed to be spreading. The surrounding mountains were also slowly dyed green. There were even slender little saplings. They grew very tenaciously. The brothers, who were originally very impatient, suddenly felt a kind of vibration when they saw this green grass slowly crawling all over the ground. With such a high density of soil, it was extremely difficult for plants to survive and grow in it. Everyone could imagine it. Living in such a place was undoubtedly millions of times more difficult than living in the outside world. However, the grass was still grass, still dark green, still facing the wind, full of vitality. That kind of exuberant joy and emotion instantly surged into everyone's hearts. This group of men who had long been accustomed to fighting and killing in Jianghu. At this moment, everyone fell silent. A sense of enlightenment lingered in everyone's hearts. Is this the power of the pulse of life? So this is how the origin feels. Emotianji squatted down and looked at the ground in a trance. Xiao Xiao, who was as thin as a strand of hair, had a look of worship in her eyes. If humans were placed in such a harsh environment, would they be able to work so hard to survive? People can also strive to survive in desperate situations. Emotianji silently said to himself. Emotianji's thinking might not be wrong, but the bad nature of human desires caused most people to only wake up at the last moment of despair. They would only choose to face it when they were truly faced with despair. Humans had always been like this. 3 days later, the entire valley had undergone a complete makeover. However, no one had been able to find the source of its mysteries. Just what was it that had caused such a drastic change to occur in this valley? However, in these few days, everyone's body and mind became very quiet. Looking at the grass that was tenaciously struggling to grow every day, everyone's heart was touched to varying degrees. It was a kind of reverence towards the pulse of life that arose spontaneously. With such a mentality, everyone was surprised to find that their cultivation, which was previously stuck at a bottleneck, was actually advancing by leaps and bounds. Although the internal and external injuries from the previous battle had not yet healed, but his cultivation seemed to have grown wings and had soared forward in this short half a month. GMO and Luo Kudi had officially completed the advancement from high-level saint to peak saint. They had also completely stabilized their cultivation at the peak saint level and even had energy to spare, especially GMO. Since he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, Chu Yang spared no expense to use great medicine to strengthen his foundation. He drank the spring of life every day and ate heavy pills as if they were his meals. His entire physical body was almost on the verge of a qualitative change. Now, under the continuous scouring of such rich spiritual energy, his aptitude and foundation had actually changed in one fell swoop. He had transformed into an innate spirit body. Such a shocking change meant that Jimo's aptitude was on the same starting line as Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others, or even better. His future was limitless. This change made GMO so excited that he almost went crazy. It also made Luo Kudi so jealous that he almost went crazy. He wished that he was the one who was injured last time. He kept sighing that he had come too late last time. He was actually not injured and not on the verge of death. He actually let GMO take advantage of him. Such an argument naturally made the brothers laugh out loud. In addition, Big Sister Wolf King, the sacrificial maiden's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds these few days. She was also at the point where she could step into the peak of the saint stage. And the ones who improved the most were still Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian. Both of them had once held great power in their hands and were once the masters of the world. Coming down from that kind of peak position and then seeing this change, the change in their mentality was the most unique. It was a feeling of appreciation, gratification, happiness, calmness, and serenity. The cultivation level of both of them advanced all the way from the high level of the saint stage to the peak of the high level of the celestial stage. It was only when they were about to break through to the saint stage that their progress gradually slowed down. Such a degree of improvement made the eyes of Emo Tianji and the others almost pop out of their sockets. Although the original level of the two women was at the bottom of the pack, wasn't this degree of improvement too exaggerated? And the other one who had obvious improvement was Emo Qingwu. Emo Qingwu had already advanced to the late level of the peak of the saint stage. Emo Tianji and the others were puzzled by the improvement of the three women. Because, even with such a dense spiritual energy atmosphere, it shouldn't be and even more impossible for them to improve so quickly. This was completely inconceivable progress. Even if the spiritual energy density was maintained at this level, logically speaking, Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian would need at least 2 years of diligent cultivation to be able to reach their current level. It was just a possibility. But now, it only took a few days from start to finish. There must be something fishy about this. Could it be that they were giving preferential treatment to people? Giving preferential treatment to beautiful women? That couldn't be right. Although Chu Lu and Sacrificial Maiden had also made astonishing progress in these few days, It was still within the scope of everyone's knowledge. Even if it was astonishing, it wouldn't be as shocking as the progress of Tai Butian and the other two women. But no matter what, they couldn't figure out what the problem was. This made Emotianji, who wanted to explore the mystery the most, so much that his head almost exploded. He yearned to find such a path the most. It allowed the cultivation of all his brothers and family members to improve by leaps and bounds. Now, this path had clearly appeared and was within reach. But no matter what, he didn't know how to take it. An unattainable thing was right in front of him. How could he not be depressed? Speaking of which, Tai Butian, Wu Qianqian, and Imo Qinggu, who had made the greatest progress, were also baffled by their own progress. They didn't know what was going on at all. Progress in cultivation was a common thing. Once you started cultivating, you would improve. Although their progress in these few days was a little too excessive, they really didn't know what was going on. This was really strange. Until this day, Emotianji, who had been thinking for half the night, frowned and walked into Chu Yang's room. What he hoped for the most now was to see Chu Yang wake up and discuss this extremely strange matter with Chu Yang. But the moment he walked into the room and looked up to see Chu Yang, Emotianji suddenly understood everything. It turned out that the source that couldn't be found for a long time was actually here. In that instant, he opened his eyes to the maximum. Without the limitation of his eye sockets, his eyeballs might have popped out. With a big stride, he rushed to the front of Chu Yang's bed like lightning. I understand now. I finally understand. I understand everything. Emotianji's voice was almost trembling. What do you understand? Why are you making such a big fuss in the morning? Tai Butian, Wu Qianqian, and Imo Qinggu, who had been accompanying Chu Yang, were suddenly shocked by Emotianji. The change this time, everyone's amazing progress in cultivation, including the changes in the spiritual energy outside. It's all because of Boss. Emotianji said, no wonder the three of you have made the greatest progress in cultivation. It's because you've always been by Chu Yang's side. One is marked by the company one keeps. This analogy is not very appropriate. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moon first? I don't care anymore. Anyway, you guys are improving so much faster than others. The three women couldn't help but be shocked. The three of them had indeed been in this room for more than half a month, but they didn't feel anything unusual. Because the three of them had to take care of Chu Yang, they seemed to have less time to cultivate than others. Look at Chu Yang's face. Look at his hair and feel his pulse. Emotianji finally let out a long sigh of relief. We often do what you said. There's nothing unusual at all. The three of them said in unison. You. Emotianji sighed and said, you've been with him every day. You've already gotten used to this atmosphere, so you can't see any changes. Look carefully. Don't you feel a kind of gentle feeling on Boss's face? Go out for a massage. Back pain. I'll come back and update later. It's impossible for me to explode today. Little explosion. Little explosion. Hee. Chapter 2558. Look at his hair again. When he was unconscious, didn't it show a kind of dim vitality? But now, it's all black and shiny? And his forehead, the meridians here are faintly visible. It seems like there's a brilliance flowing through them. We're all experts in cultivation. I don't need to explain what this means, right? Check his pulse. Isn't it already faintly dispensable? It's definitely different from when he's full of vitality. Emotianji looked at his sister with disappointment. Their cultivation is still a level lower. It's fine if they can't see it, but why can't you see it? Imo Qingwu pouted. Why should I see it? Second brother's words are too unreasonable. Is it a fault to have a high cultivation? This guy doesn't know how to do anything other than bully my sister. Chu Yang is still the best to me. A certain king of hell can receive the good guy card when he's unconscious. His charm is obvious. The most obvious change is, although the spiritual energy outside doesn't seem to have changed, every pore on Chu Yang's body is quietly forming a very mysterious vortex. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is attracted by these vortexes, and then it enters his body. So the closer to him, the greater the benefits. Imo Tianji stretched out his hand to feel. Finally, he frowned with some confusion. But how can these small vortexes attract such a large amount of spiritual energy and cause such a big movement? There should be other mysteries as well. Then, second brother, do you mean that Chu Yang is going to wake up soon? Imo Qingwu suddenly became happy. Her own cultivation progress was certainly something to be happy about, but it couldn't be compared to Chu Yang waking up. Not necessarily. But looking at his current situation, his injuries have been healed. Moreover, his body is undergoing some kind of earth-shaking change. Or maybe he's advancing to a level that we can't imagine. Either way, it's a good thing. Then why can't he wake up immediately? He's been unconscious for a long time. If he continues to be unconscious, won't it affect his bodily functions? Imo Qingwu asked. Imo Tianji solemnly said, absolutely not. Right now, he seems to be unconscious, but in reality, he should be in some kind of extremely miraculous realm. And when he wakes up, it should be the time for him to make a complete breakthrough. All of you must not disturb him in any way. Be careful of doing bad things with good intentions. Even after saying this, he was still worried. He said, you must remember this. Imo Qingwu and the other two nodded solemnly. Something that Imo Tianji had emphasized over and over again must be an extremely important matter. The three of them just needed to greet each other as usual. He would never act rashly. Imo Tianji exhorted a few more words. Then, he went out in a relaxed manner. Not to mention anything else, at least he could sleep soundly today. That's not right. I don't think I'll be able to sleep today. It's better to hurry up and arrange the important matters. As for sleeping, I'll think about it when I'm free. Then, Imo Tianji hurriedly arranged for his brothers to practice martial arts. Everyone gathered outside the room where Chu Yang was, forming a circle. Everyone entered a meditative state. Imo Tianji was sure that cultivating in this relatively close area would definitely be much faster than cultivating in their own rooms. Just as Imo Tianji had guessed, the effect was indeed quite significant. Everyone could clearly feel that their cultivation was really improving, and it was improving by a considerable margin. However, Mo Qingwu, Taibu Tian, and Wu Qianxian in the room felt extremely uncomfortable, and even a little embarrassed. This room was originally a private space for the four of them. It was natural for them to be inside. However, there were so many people outside meditating in the corner. That kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. It was as if someone was eavesdropping on their wedding night. Because of this, Imo Qingwu even rushed out and quarreled with Imo Tianji, intending to make everyone leave. However, Imo Tianji was completely unmoved. He didn't change his order. You're also cultivating inside. What's there to be embarrassed about? Imo Tianji looked at his sister angrily. Moreover, Boss is unconscious now. Even if he wants to, he's powerless. What's the big deal? You're just too troublesome. Imo Qingwu was scolded until her veins were bulging. She went back in with a red face. However, she brought out Taibu Tian and Wu Qianxian again. Imo Tianji definitely didn't dare to be as rash towards Taibu Tian and Wu Qianxian as he did towards his own sister. He smiled and said, sisters-in-law, don't be angry. We're really helpless in this situation. In the face of a strong enemy, we have to speed up our overall strength. Who knows, we might be intercepted by a strong enemy like the Saint. With our current strength, we're like ants compared to them. It's rare to have such a heaven-sent opportunity. It's really a pity to waste it. Sisters-in-law, please understand. What he said was reasonable. Wu Qianxian and Taibu Tian were also at their wits' end. Helpless, they might as well speed up their cultivation by Chu Yang's bedside. When Chu Yang woke up, they would deal with these hateful guys outside. The three girls blushed and thought hatefully, especially Imo Tianji. This time, he was completely hated by the three of them. In the past, when they watched Chu Yang sleep soundly in the dead of night, they would occasionally sneak a kiss on him. But now, not to mention a kiss, they didn't even dare to look at him for a moment. Outside, they were all peak-level saints. What sound couldn't they hear? They couldn't sense any movement at all. Damn Imo Tianji. Just you wait. We sisters will remember you. Imo Tianji, who didn't know that he had already been remembered, was still studying. Although Chu Yang had become a powerful energy absorber and absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy, the effect shouldn't be so exaggerated. There must be other reasons for this. Looking at the plants outside changing day by day, Mo Tianji was still thinking. Finally, on this day, early in the morning, everyone felt it at the same time. The spiritual qi in this small world began to roll and surge without any warning. Just a moment ago, it was still calm and peaceful. Spiritual energy slowly poured in, rippling in an orderly manner. However, in the blink of an eye, the clouds above began to surge. Then, the sound of wind suddenly rose. Then, as if a hole had opened in the blue sky, the spiritual energy in the sky surged into the valley like a tsunami. Those that couldn't land in time stayed in the clouds. In the next moment, a torrential rain began to pour down from the sky. This torrential rain was 100% spiritual qi transformed into water. It could be seen that the spiritual energy in this world had reached an unimaginable level. In the next moment, the spiritual energy seemed to have its own consciousness. Like rivers flowing into the sea, it violently poured into the room where Chu Yang was and instantly disappeared without a trace. Just like that, a huge amount of spiritual energy poured in and disappeared again. It was as if the room where Chu Yang was a bottomless pit. At this moment, everyone even had a feeling that even if all the spiritual energy in the entire universe was stuffed into this room, it might not be able to fill it up. And the real reason, it went without saying, because Chu Yang was inside. Chu Yang's face and body were actually twinkling with starlight. If anyone could see the situation inside Chu Yang's body at this moment, they would definitely be shocked to discover that the dantian in Chu Yang's body had already been completely restored. In fact, it was even tougher and countless times wider than before. The huge amount of spiritual energy in this world surged into Chu Yang's dantian. Then, strands of purplish gold primordial real silk gradually formed. In just an instant, countless strands of primordial real silk had already piled up densely. Then, after the primordial real silk was slowly stuffed to the brim, it gradually transformed into a purplish gold liquid. The liquid was filled to the brim and compressed again. Finally, after a whirlwind of spiritual energy, a spinning purplish golden core appeared in each of Chu Yang's dantians. Huge amounts of spiritual energy were still pouring in without any signs of stopping, and that elixir-like golden core in Chu Yang's dantian continued to devour all the spiritual energy. Little by little, it slowly changed and seemed to be showing signs of exploding again. Fortunately, it wasn't an explosion. Accompanied by a soft sound, that little figure appeared at the same time again. His nose and eyes were clear, and he was smiling from ear to ear. And with the reappearance of that little figure, the speed at which Chu Yang's dantian devoured the spiritual energy of the universe actually increased even further. It was only at this point that the breakthrough force that was previously sealed in Chu Yang's meridians was suddenly released. It rushed out forcefully and flowed throughout all the meridians in his body. In just an instant, it was already completely absorbed by his dantian. At last, a soft sound came from somewhere in Chu Yang's body. This sound was really very soft. Even if one were to stick close to him, one might not necessarily be able to hear it. But at this moment, the brothers could clearly feel that their souls had suddenly trembled violently. It was as if they were witnessing the occurrence of a miracle, and this miracle had already happened and was currently happening right beside them. Everyone's heart was filled with a kind of heartfelt joy. Although they didn't know what exactly it was for, it was a feeling of extreme bliss. It was as if something that had been lost had once again returned, and it was even stronger and more reliable. It was even more wholehearted. No one knew that right at this moment, the little figures in Chu Yang's dantian were waving their hands and feet and burping at the same time. Every one of them looked very satisfied then. All of them actually exploded at the same time. They turned into countless bright purple specks of light. At the same time, Chu Yang's dantian underwent a huge change. From the original nascent soul world, it became a nebula world. Today is Wild Waves' birthday. Let us wish him a happy birthday. Does everyone still remember Lang Ilong? Wild Waves Lang Ilong. Cough. This guy's walk on. Let us wish Wild Waves Lang Ilong the best. Wild Waves Lang Ilong gets stronger year by year. Each new wave surpasses the previous one. Both the Yangtze River and the sea are waves. Chapter 2559. The nebula world was like a firmament that existed in Chu Yang's body. The firmament was boundless and filled with nebulas. Stars dotted the sky, and it was extremely beautiful. The next moment, an unprecedentedly powerful aura swept out. It was a feeling of a king descending to the world and a warm spring breeze. Chu Yang had broken through. To Imo Tianji and the rest, Chu Yang had always been in a state of deep sleep. It was as if he hadn't done anything at all. But to Chu Yang himself, he clearly knew what he was doing. Yes, Chu Yang was now immersed in an inexplicable sense of extreme comfort. He was almost subconsciously circulating the layered heavens divine technique. He could clearly feel the entire process, from the beginning when his dantian was slowly reorganizing, all the way until his nascent soul turned into a nebula. It was just that rather than saying that Chu Yang was a participant, it was more like saying that he was a spectator. This was undoubtedly an extremely magical feeling. At the same time, it was also an indescribable and thorough cultivation atmosphere. He watched helplessly as his seemingly incurable and destructive injuries slowly recovered bit by bit. He didn't even use any elixirs or circulate any healing techniques during this period. What kind of feeling was this? Opening the door to the great Tao is omnipotent. Chu Yang truly felt this. It was indeed omnipotent. He could feel that with the continuous influx of spiritual energy, with the continuous birth of new life such as plants and insects, the joy of obtaining the pulse of life was slowly being fed back while Chu Yang was fully immersed in it. Because of Chu Yang, these things were born, and after they were born, they began to feed back. Fed back by the environment, fed back by nature, fed back by the power of the pulse of life. They were collectively fed back by all the life in the world. If it were a human, seeing that there was no hope for such an incurable injury, they would probably give up immediately. This was an incurable injury. This had long become an understanding. But for the purest life in the world, they wouldn't have such understanding and recognition. An injury was an injury. It was nothing more than a minor injury, a major injury, a serious injury, and a fatal injury. But an injury was still an injury. No matter how serious the injury was, it was still an injury. They only knew that a life was injured and needed to be saved. And this life was the person who had just given them life. This person who is very important to me is injured, so I have to heal him. Not only because he gave us life, but also because he acknowledged us. They didn't care if their damage output was useful or not. They were just giving their all and attacking with everything they had. Boundless vitality washed over Chu Yang's body. After circulating through Chu Yang's body, it returned once again, and then came again, even stronger. It was this intention that had created this miracle. Injuries that were impossible to heal were quickly healed under this atmosphere, turning the impossible into possible. Then, he would accumulate vitality and reconstruct his dantian. An unprecedented perfect cycle was formed between Chu Yang and all things in the world. The mountains, rivers, and plants, even the stars, the sky, the firmament, and the boundless spiritual energy were all devoted to it. Everything that had life was giving their most sincere efforts to heal Chu Yang's injuries. A single drop of water might not cause any changes. Even if it was 100 or 1,000 drops, it might not be able to cause any effect. Not to mention breaking the dam. At most, it would only wet a piece of land. However, what about 100 million drops of water? Or 1 billion drops of water? What about more? What would happen if 10,000 drops of water, or 100,000 drops of water that could wet the ground were gathered together? When such water droplets were gathered to a certain extent, it would cause a qualitative change due to the change in quantity. Even if the effect of a tsunami was to appear, it would only require a process of gathering. No matter how strong the dam was in the world, it would not be able to withstand the continuous impact of endless water. Collapsing was only a matter of time. It could be 10,000 years, or 1,000 years, or 100 years, or 10 years. Of course, it could also be an instant. Water was actually the most terrifying thing in the world. As the saying went, water and fire were merciless. However, flames could only burn for a while. Hundreds of people had died because of fire. This was enough to shock the world. However, no matter how big and wide a fire was, it would be difficult to burn more people. However, the number of people who had died because of floods was easily hundreds of thousands, or even millions. There was no comparison between the two. Now, the boundless spiritual energy that filled the universe, the surging power that symbolized life, was using this method. Collecting armpits to make a fur coat, accumulating sand to build a tower, collecting water droplets to form the sea, gathering all things to form the firmament. Gradually, they converged into an unstoppable torrent. When such a torrent was truly formed, the door to the great Tao that Chu Yang had been comprehending all this while coincidentally opened at this moment. Then, an enormous amount of life force gushed in. No matter where there was a gap or a flaw, he would go there to fix it. He would go there to fix it. He would go there to fix it. He would go there. Chu Yang's body was filled with an unimaginably rich aura of life. His body, which was originally riddled with scars, was being filled up, repaired, and enriched again in a very strange way. The whole process was not very fast, but it was very enriching, very perfect, and even more perfect than perfect. His dantian was restored. The golden core was formed. His nascent soul had been reborn. Nebula world, gather. Even after everything was done, countless amounts of spiritual chi were still gushing in, filling up this world with the nebula as the main body. The skies of these nebula worlds were vast and beautiful, but the ground was just a desert. It could be said that other than the stars and the starry sky, there was nothing else. There was no sun, no moon, and the sky was dark. There were no mountains, no water, no animals, no plants, and no life in any conventional sense. A huge amount of life aura poured in, but it didn't bring any life aura to this world. As long as the life aura entered the nebula world, it would rapidly disappear without a trace. It didn't bring any changes to this world, as if that huge amount of life aura had no effect at all. But the spiritual chi was still stubbornly gushing in like a tsunami. Gushing in, gushing in, gushing in endlessly. There was only one thought, and Chu Yang's crazy absorption caused a huge whirlpool to form in the sky above the valley. A tornado-like, pure life aura gushed in from the outer space as if the sky was collapsing. It entered Chu Yang's hut and entered Chu Yang's body. It kept going back and forth, endlessly and endlessly. This change left all the brothers dumbstruck and at a loss for what to do. Now, they finally understood why there was such a huge change here. It was because of Boss. GMO wanted to cry but had no tears. He looked at the lake that he had dug out because of his wishful thinking of digging for treasures. His expression was extremely conflicted. If he had known earlier that it was because of Boss and not some treasure, would he have needed to put in so much effort? Putting in so much effort was one thing, but would he have needed to be ridiculed by that bastard? In short, why did he have to be so stupid? This situation continued for a day and a night. An entire day and a night. They waited all the way until dawn of the second day. Chu Yang finally opened his eyes. He had finally woken up from his deep sleep. Mo Tianji and the others who had been paying close attention to Chu Yang's movements all this time were almost directly lost in Chu Yang's gaze at this moment. Chu Yang's gaze flickered in this instant, as if a door to the stars had suddenly opened. It was full of mysterious and profound colors. Mo Qingwu couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of this. Chu Yang turned his head. "What's wrong?" His voice was full of concern. After he said that, the mysterious light in his eyes suddenly faded. In that instant, the mysterious and profound colors in Chu Yang's eyes suddenly disappeared. They regained their usual expression. "You're awake." Mo Qingwu suddenly threw herself into his arms, crying tears of joy. Taibu Tian and Wu Qian smiled clumsily. Tears were also brewing in their eyes. They also wanted to throw themselves into Chu Yang's arms, but Mo Tianji was at the side. Mo Qingwu was one step ahead of them. The way of the heavens. In the past half a month when Chu Yang was unconscious, the three women's hearts had been under a lot of pressure. It was a kind of mood that could collapse at any time. You didn't cry when I was unconscious. Why are you crying now that you're awake? Chu Yang repeatedly comforted them. Big brother, you're okay? GMO opened his eyes wide. You're okay. So fast? Mo Qingwu angrily glared at him. What do you mean by this? Don't tell me you think he's recovering too fast? GMO was tongue-tied. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. It seemed that no matter how he answered, it would be wrong. The brothers despised him together. This guy is too stupid. He can't even speak properly. You tell me, who can be more stupid than you? Mo Tianji was the first to stabilize his mood. Big brother, it seems your cultivation has also broken through? Chu Yang nodded and said, yes, this time it's a blessing in disguise. My cultivation has taken a big step forward. Feeling that his body was full of power, Chu Yang only felt that his whole body was relaxed. A big step forward. Mo Tianji cautiously said, how big is this step? Everyone's eyes were burning as they looked at Chu Yang, waiting for the answer. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, if I meet the East Sovereign now, I should be able to fight him. Mo Tianji let out a long sigh of relief and said, in other words, if I meet a Saint Monarch now, there's only a fine line separating me from him? Chu Yang cautiously said, it should be so. I can't be sure if I don't really fight him, but no matter what, even if I meet a Saint Monarch, he can't kill me even if I can't beat him in a one-on-one fight. It shouldn't be a problem to ensure that I can escape unscathed. As soon as these words came out, the brothers all cheered thunderously. Chapter 2560. Only after reaching this level would one know how difficult it was to take another step forward. The traditional cultivation path of the Heaven Imperial Court had come to an end. If one wanted to move forward, one had to open up a new path. But how difficult was it to open up a new path? It was an unimaginable thing. That was why all the top experts of the Heaven Imperial Court stopped here. In the past, there were many people who wanted to take another step forward, but most of them could only charge forward at a loss. In the end, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Let's cut to the chase. Now, let's split into different groups. I'll tell you what you've comprehended. Chu Yang said, it's just that how much you can comprehend depends on your own luck. Everyone should strive to improve your cultivation in the shortest time possible. I believe it will be of great help to unify the Celestial Imperial Court and even fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Everyone was excited. The first to enter was Mo Tianji. Tianji, you're cultivating controlling the world. This technique is profound and magical. When your cultivation reaches the highest level, you can seize the creation of heaven and earth. Chu Yang deliberated for a long time and said, but have you ever thought about why this technique is called controlling the world? Mo Tianji thought for a while and said, you mean, Chu Yang said, controlling the world is obviously not complete. If you only want to control the world then, what about the heavens? Mo Tianji was stunned. Then, what about the heavens? These 5 words. To an ordinary person, this might just be a joke, and they would only extend the meaning from the surface. But to Mo Tianji, this was not the case. It was like a bolt of lightning that struck his soul. His heart, which had always been calm and tranquil, was surging with waves at this moment. It was difficult to stop them. Yes, there was often a misunderstanding in everyone's heart. That was, controlling the world was equivalent to controlling everything. Every person, thing, and thing. But very few people could think of the original explanation of the word world. Actually, it was just under the heavens. And outside of the atmosphere under the heavens, there was naturally above the heavens. If there was below, there would be above. This was the truth of the world. A truth that even a 3-year-old child understood. But most people in the world ignored it. You only controlled the world. You were already at a disadvantage. I understand. Mo Tianji opened his mouth with difficulty, but his eyes lit up. He softly said, but how do I control this world? Chu Yang said in a low voice, tell me. This world Is it life? Mo Tianji was startled as he heard this. Chu Yang's sudden words were completely illogical and grammatical. However, his tone was so solemn that Mo Tianji couldn't help but become solemn as well. The world has existed since ancient times. Even if it has declined and flourished, even if there have been changes in dynasties, it has always existed. Could it be that this world is actually also a type of life? Supposing the world is a living being, then, Chu Yang said slowly, can we think of it as the world and the heavens? Was it actually a shared life? Just like humans, they have a chest and a back. If this person only had his chest and not his back, then even if he cultivated his chest to the point of being indestructible and indestructible, he would still die. Why? Because he is not complete, or rather, incomplete. The world and the heavens depend on each other. Since you don't have the heavens technique, is it destined that your cultivation technique is incomplete? Chu Yang said in a low voice. After a long time, Mo Tianji was still frowning as he pondered. He walked out of Chu Yang's room as if he was sleepwalking. Along the way, he mumbled to himself and became more and more like a charlatan. There was no need to use a heavy hammer to sound the drums. For someone like Mo Tianji, he only needed to say a few words, and he would be able to completely understand. Of course, whether he could take a step further still depended on himself. Even if he had a great opportunity, he still needed to work hard. The second to enter was Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang was the strongest among the brothers present. Wushang, what kind of person can remain uninjured? Chu Yang's first sentence stunned Dong Wushang. After a while, he replied, no one can remain uninjured all the time, right? Yes, you're right. No one can remain uninjured. However, there is something that can remain uninjured all the time. Unbelievable, right? But this thing really exists, Chu Yang said slowly. Dong Wushang asked, huh? Is there really? Then tell me quickly, what can remain uninjured all the time? Don't beat around the bush. Chu Yang smiled and said indifferently, Tao. Tao can remain uninjured all the time. Dong Wushang was silent for a long time. Then, he said, Tao? What Tao? Great Tao? Heavenly Tao? Saber Tao? All uninjured. Chu Yang said word by word, whatever you said, all uninjured. Tao is uninjured. Tao is uninjured? Tao is uninjured. Dong Wushang was stunned for a moment. He couldn't stop repeating Chu Yang's words. Yes, Tao is uninjured. And Tao has its own destiny. Chu Yang said again, life? Tao is uninjured? Tao has its own destiny? Tao is uninjured. Tao has its own destiny. Dong Wushang was even more confused and fell into deep thought. Chu Yang continued, there is an end to heaven and earth, but Tao is endless and uninjured. When Dong Wushang came out, his face was also full of contemplation like Mo Tianji. The fierce aura on his body had already been restrained. It was no longer as fierce and fierce, but more condensed and restrained. Then, it was Xie Danqiang, followed by GMO, Luo Kadi, Rui Budong, and the rest. Finally, Chu Yang asked about the situation of the sacrificial maiden and gave her some pointers. Then, it was Mo Layer. Chu Yang naturally knew Mo Layer very well and understood her completely. It was even easier to give her pointers. Then, it was Chu Luer. Mo Qing Wu. Chu Yang had already memorized the book, the so-called Tao. He already had an idea of which direction his brothers and sisters should take in terms of their cultivation. But Chu Yang couldn't say it out loud now. He could only give them hints continuously, trigger them, and inspire them to find this path on their own. That was the path that truly belonged to them. If Chu Yang pointed it out directly, it would become that they were walking the path that Chu Yang pointed out and not the path that they found themselves. Although there were only slight differences, the results were very different. It could very well affect the limits of everyone's achievements in this life. Chu Yang was still studying that book. The more he understood, the more he felt that what he understood was really too little. As for Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian, although their cultivation had increased greatly now, they were still far from Mo Tianji and the rest. The path became narrower and steeper as they walked. They gradually reached a state where there was no path to take, so they didn't need Chu Yang's pointers for the time being. In the following period of time, although everyone was anxious and wanted to go out, their old injuries hadn't completely healed. Moreover, basically everyone's state of mind had been touched by Chu Yang. Everyone needed to stabilize their own state of mind. Once they were distracted at such a time and this enlightenment was broken, not only would it cause their progress to come to a complete halt, it could also lead to the serious consequences of stopping their progress for life. Therefore, even though everyone was anxious and eager to know what was going on outside, they could only try their best to suppress their emotions and let themselves completely let go. They wholeheartedly immersed themselves in the enlightenment, hoping to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. Including Imo Qinggu, everyone was in seclusion, thinking hard about their own paths. After completely recovering and taking another step forward, whether it was physically or mentally, Chu Yang, Wu Qianqian, or Tai Butian naturally became the most idle people. Every day, a certain king of hell would bring the two beauties to the island in the middle of the lake to enjoy the scenery, play chess, and have fun. Those days were very comfortable. With Chu Yang presiding over here, the spiritual energy of this world not only didn't dissipate, but also became denser and denser, making people feel more and more comfortable. In just a few days on the surrounding mountains, trees had already grown to the thickness of an arm and height of several feet. These weren't the same as the plants that grew on ordinary soil outside. Even the most ordinary trees would be tens of thousands of times harder than the same kind of trees growing on such a dense soil. It was no exaggeration to say that the nutrients contained in every blade of grass here were comparable to ordinary elixirs outside. The embryonic form of a quiet and secluded world was gradually taking shape. On this day, Chu Yang had a sudden impulse. He took out a batch of the seeds of all kinds of heavenly treasures that had been nurtured by the medicine spirit in his space. He chose some relatively secluded places in this valley that were suitable for their growth. Then, he sowed them in these places. He also watered them roughly with the spring of life. Jade snow spirit ginseng, nether revival grass, heaven and earth snow ganoderma, and so on. Then, looking at these heavenly treasures that were growing healthily, Chu Yang said softly, "I don't know what kind of impact these things will have on the future of this world if they grow here. Perhaps they will cause a catastrophe, or perhaps they will also create another unparalleled expert. An inadvertent action today may help a latecomer create another legend." Tai Butian said softly, "Yes, I believe that since these things exist, they must have their value. Whether it's a catastrophe or becoming an expert, that's the fate of latecomers." Chu Yang nodded, expressing his agreement. Tai Butian said, "With your current level of cultivation, I believe that you already have the embryonic form of the great Tao. Since you've decided to plant seeds here on a whim, it's not premeditated. Generally, such things will indicate that there will definitely be an encounter here in the future. This seems to be something destined from now on," Tai Butian said. "Don't you think so?" Chapter 2561. Chu Yang turned his head in surprise and looked at Tai Butian. He said in surprise, Tian, although you are far from that level, your words now already have the taste of that kind of realization." Tai Butian smiled. "Is that so?" Her voice was actually a little downcast. Wu Qianqian also sighed quietly at this time. Chu Yang immediately understood. He held the two women in his arms and said softly, "Don't be disappointed. There will be a day when both of you will not be inferior to anyone. This is what I said. I firmly believe that my little wife is not inferior to anyone." Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian smiled at the same time.
Yes.
Chu Yang hugged them tightly with some heartache. He said, "I'm sorry. I have indeed neglected this point in the past. It's my fault." The two women smiled contentedly. "You have already done very well. Whether as a man, a husband, a father, or a son, you have already done very well. Don't blame yourself. It's just that our own encounters are still a little lacking. We will catch up." Chu Yang really thought about it in his heart. Whether it was Tai Butian or Wu Qianqian, both of them had excellent aptitudes. They could be said to be geniuses. Moreover, both of them had once held high positions and commanded the world. Deep in their bones, they were the kind of people who did not think that they would be inferior to anyone. Every single one of them had the right to be proud of themselves. But after following Chu Yang, they had never encountered that kind of martial path. Being in high positions, they naturally did not have the kind of life and death tempering of the people of the martial world. Therefore, their cultivation had always been far behind others. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the proud and arrogant women, until they came to the Heaven Imperial Court, a world where martial arts were respected. They felt even more disappointed. But the two women had always been suppressing the disappointment in their hearts. They helped Chu Yang in other aspects in their own way and played their roles to Chu Yang. But today, when they saw that everyone else was comprehending, only the two of them could not go any further because of their insufficient level. They could not help but feel even more upset. Although the two of them also firmly believed that one day they would eventually catch up with their footsteps. But it would take time. Chu Yang was aware of this point. He really blamed himself for his carelessness. He secretly made up his mind. In the future, he would try his best to create more opportunities for the two girls in this aspect so that they could slowly regain their confidence in martial arts. Just like in politics, in the imperial court, and on the battlefield, that kind of grandeur of holding the world in his hands and ruling over the world was also present in the peak state of martial arts in front of people. In fact, no woman would be willing to just be a man's vassal. This was especially true for proud and arrogant women. Even if that man was the one she loved the most, it was still the same. Loving one's wife didn't mean that one had to satisfy all their material needs. More importantly, one had to return the sky that originally belonged to her. Let her soar in her own domain. This valley now completely belongs to all of us. Should we give it a name? Tai Butian quickly suppressed her inexplicable sense of loss and said with a smile, "As a former emperor, a very qualified and perfect emperor, Tai Butian could control her emotions perfectly. After losing control a little earlier, she quickly regained her composure and took the initiative to talk about a topic that was more suitable for the current situation. All right, Chu Yang said, come and discuss a name. How about Tongtian Holy Land? Tai Butian smiled sweetly. Good name. Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian cheered at the same time. Whether it was now or in the future, after the heavenly treasures in this secret place were formed, this place would definitely be a Tongtian Holy Land. Chu Yang immediately decided to leave this name on the mountain peak. When Chu Yang used the Calamity Sword to carve these 4 words on the mountain wall, Dong Wushang was the first to come out of seclusion. He was in high spirits. Obviously, the initial results of this cultivation session were already showing. His cultivation had improved a lot. Everyone was the same. As long as they really found the direction of their future, they would stop this cultivation session. The reason why they didn't deliberately take a step further was because they didn't have the time. There were still many things that needed to be done outside. They might have already missed a lot during this period of time. They couldn't afford any more delays. On this day, the last sacrificial maiden also finally came out of seclusion. Everyone couldn't wait to leave the valley together. The Jianghu was probably already in chaos, right? No one knew how many things had happened in the past month or so. Before leaving the valley, Mo Tianji once again arranged everything in this valley. He also arranged even more defensive formations in the surroundings to ensure that no one would be able to enter this place. What kind of people can enter this valley? Chu Yang asked. After I cast a spell to seal that passage, Mo Tianji said, other than those who are at least 100 times stronger than me, only those who are blessed by the heavens can enter this place by chance. As he spoke, Mo Tianji blinked and revealed a mischievous expression. So you're also never tired of this kind of bad taste? Chu Yang laughed. Then you must have left something else in there? Just a few words. There's nothing specific. Mo Tianji smiled. Also, I have a feeling that in the future, who knows how many tens of thousands of years later, someone will come here and get the things inside. I can even conclude that after this person gets these things, he will definitely become a legend. Mo Tianji said, this, although I may not be under this sky by then, the legends here are still created by me. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. As expected, you also have this idea, ha ha ha. Everyone laughed together. I really don't know what kind of person will be created here. Imolaire looked back as she walked. She was reluctant to leave. With the density of the spiritual energy here, I'm afraid that in less than 1,000 years, it will form spirit spring stalactite. In 10,000 years, it will form spirit crystals. In 50,000 years, it will form immortal mountains and dragon veins. From then on, it will have a long history. If someone really gets it, then this person may still be able to see us in the future. After talking about such a distant place, Chu Yang thought of many people for some reason. As he said this, Chu Yang thought of the peak of the void and that majestic and magical palace, and that white-robed young man, and that evil young man that he had talked to several times before, and a name that he had mentioned before. He seemed to be called Old Black. He thought of some helper, some ethereal, something. He couldn't help but sigh and murmur, actually, there are two paths in life. One path is from life to death. The other path is from life to immortality. These two paths are destined to be unavoidable. Those who deserve to die, no matter how hard they work, no matter how many paths they have taken, only death is left in the end. And those who can reach the level of immortality are the same. No matter how difficult it is, no matter what path they take, the end is still the word immortality. Chu Yang's argument was unique, and it made everyone fall into contemplation. All the way until they walked out of the valley, no one spoke. They were all quietly thinking and deliberating. Everyone was carefully digesting the meaning of these two sentences. After a long, long time, everyone actually sighed at the same time. Then, everyone burst into laughter again, because everyone saw the light in front of them. Everyone had already walked out of the valley. What appeared in front of them was the terrifying forest. Only when they stepped back into this place did Mo Tianji's intelligence network regain its function. His Heavenly Secrets plate and Heavenly Secrets hand could also be used again. Almost at the instant when Mo Tianji took out the Heavenly Secrets plate, he immediately frowned. One after another, streaks of light flashed on the Heavenly Secrets plate. Every streak of light here represented a piece of information. In just an instant, there were already thousands of streaks of light flashing. Furthermore, the Heavenly Secrets plate was still receiving information continuously and was still flashing. Mo Tianji sighed softly. I'm afraid we have really missed out on many things. My Heavenly Secrets plate only recorded 50 pieces of information a day ago. If it was just an ordinary matter, they wouldn't have specially informed me. But now, looking at the densely packed and flashing Heavenly Secrets plate, everyone was speechless and even more worried. During this period of time, something big must have happened. Otherwise, the Heavenly Army Intelligence Network wouldn't have contacted Mo Tianji so frequently. The extraterrestrial demons have sent reinforcements to Purple Cloud Heavens and are eyeing covetously. Both sides are on the verge of war. It is said that the main reason for the extraterrestrial demons' actions this time is because of a large-scale spatial collapse in their homeland. They have no choice but to increase the intensity of their attacks on the Heavenly Imperial Court. They want to occupy the Heavenly Imperial Court's territory and gain more living space. Mo Tianji's first piece of information was extremely shocking. Everyone didn't say anything and quietly waited for Mo Tianji to continue. The Saint has issued an order to the entire Heavenly Imperial Court to eliminate the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. All the official forces, private forces, and sects in the Heavenly Imperial Court must cooperate fully to eliminate the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. If they don't comply, kill them without mercy. The reason is because the Heavenly Armament Pavilion is the vanguard of the extraterrestrial demons against the Heavenly Imperial Court. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. This was the second piece of information, and it made everyone frown tightly. They cursed softly. We are the vanguard of the extraterrestrial demons? Motherfucker, this saint doesn't have a chin when he opens his mouth. Chapter 2562. The great Emperor Xie Yun of the Green Firmament, Heavenly Emperor, immediately tried to negotiate with the Heavenly Armament Pavilion because of the Great Sage's order to ban the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. After that, the negotiations were to no avail. Ao Xieyun angrily announced that the Green Firmament Heavenly Emperor would immediately leave the Heavenly Imperial Court's territory and form its own sect. Furthermore, they are using iron-blooded methods to purge the clear sky heavens. Currently, the evil Cloud Great Emperor and the Heavenly Imperial Palace are in a standoff. The situation is critical and could erupt at any moment. This was the third piece of important news, which was directly related to one of the tribulations. Everyone's mood naturally became heavier and heavier. For Ao Xieyun to do such a thing, it was obvious that the situation was so severe that Ao Xieyun could not tolerate it. He could only go to extremes. Mo Yuntian and Ji Tian chose to remain neutral. It is said that they are waiting for the return of their heavenly emperor. However, the battle between the two worlds is already in full swing. Mo Tian Ji sighed. Everyone nodded. That made sense. Mo Yuntian and Extreme Heaven were originally the world of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Although they were no longer bandits and had the title of Heavenly Emperor, they were still the Heavenly Armament Pavilion in the past. How could he not be angry about this targeted news? And those who chose to oppose him should be the original people of the two great heavens and earth, as well as the people from the Lord's side. In addition, there were probably some forces who were trying to fish in troubled waters. Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong, the two great celestial emperors, were not overseeing this heaven. Without a leader, not only were they unable to do anything big, they also had to guard against the underlings of the Holy Monarch, causing chaos in the two heavens. In the big Western Sky battle, the Holy Emperor's palace's side acted at a crucial moment, causing Gu Duxing's side to suffer a great defeat, with corpses strewn everywhere. Gu Duxing and Bu Luqing were seriously injured, and their whereabouts are unknown. This news made the faces of Chu Yang and the others change drastically. He was burning with anxiety. Donghuang Shuelehan has announced to the world that she does not support Sage Monarch's decision to ban the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Furthermore, he clearly said that the Saint Monarch was trying to eliminate the dissidents and shake the foundation of the Heaven Imperial Court. The war of words between both sides is already in full swing. Currently, the Eastern Royal Heaven is preparing for war. When the Demon Empress was on her way back to the Demon Emperor Heaven path, she was ambushed by a large number of unknown individuals. Heavily injured, he returned to the Demon Emperor Sky. It is said that it was done by extraterrestrial demons. The Saint Emperor Palace is encircling and annihilating the Heavenly Armament Pavilion of the Demon Emperor Heaven, and the forces of the Demon Emperor Heaven are protecting them with all their might. Blood has already flowed like a river, and Mo Tianji's face was heavy. He turned his head to look at GMO, Luo Ku Di, and Rue Butong, GMO's Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It had already been completely destroyed, and some of its remaining forces had wandered about the world. Luo Ku Di, the forces that Yu and Butong established have also been scattered. Currently, there are many casualties. Those who are lucky enough to survive have basically disappeared without a trace. Xinyang, the Tian K wolves under your command, have also been beaten to a pulp. Tantan's Heavenly Armament Pavilion was directly annihilated. Tantan was enraged. He single-handedly fought against the great experts of Qi Bei, Heavenly Emperor Yin Yang, Longing Huan, and severely injured 4 of them. Tantan was seriously injured, and his whereabouts were unknown. The only good news at the moment. Even Mo Huichen and exalted Celestial Emperor Zi Wuji had declared their support for the Eastern Monarch's decision. Moreover, it is said that under the sage's rage, these two great heavens and earth have already turned into battlefields. Mo Tianji's face was filled with worry. The Heaven Imperial Court has now become a huge battlefield. It's rare to have a stable place where there is no battle. Many great experts who have been in seclusion for many years have come out of seclusion. All the secret forces of the Celestial Emperors have also reappeared in the world. All the secret organizations have appeared one after another. All kinds of assassin organizations that have never walked under the sun have come out of nowhere. Everyone has participated in this great calamity. All the great sects have come out in full force, each choosing to support their own heavens and earth. The world is also a mess. This is all that has happened in this 1 month in this valley. The entire Heaven Imperial Court can be considered to have started a major reshuffle. This world is completely in chaos. This series of explosive news was simply a series of thunderbolts. It smashed the 10 people who had just come out of the valley until they were dizzy. For a moment, they were at a loss of what to do. Speaking of which, if it was really a series of thunderbolts, they wouldn't be surprised. Even those ladies weren't afraid of thunder. However, this series of news really shocked them. They were even a little dumbfounded. GMO, Luoku D, Rue Butong, Tantan. The heavenly armament pavilion that these people had painstakingly built after many years of hard work had been beaten to a pulp. If it was purely the collapse of the heavenly armament pavilion, that would be fine. With people coming and going, there would be people coming and going. If it was gone, it could be rebuilt and gathered again. However, the news of the brothers was also extremely bad. Tantan was seriously injured and his whereabouts were unknown. Gu Duxing and Bu Luqing were defeated and their whereabouts were unknown. Xiat Danfeng, Huyan Albua, Gu Miaoling, and the other brothers, the subordinates of the heavenly armament pavilion, how many of them were already gone? Over at the Demon Emperor Heaven, an open battle had already begun. Suddenly, in all directions, there were too many things that they couldn't let go of happening. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in a mess and they couldn't calm down. Chu Yang and Imo Tianji's faces were also as heavy as water. They were speechless for a long time. The other brothers' eyes were as if they were about to spit fire and their noses were panting. Big brother, what do you think we should do now? Dong Wushang was the first to jump up. He was a little impatient. Should we go out immediately and kill those sons of B***cheese? Kill them? Sure. Imo Tianji slowly raised his head. But I would like to ask, how do you plan to kill those people? Imo Tianji and Chu Yang's expressions were as calm and serene. The worse the situation was, the calmer the reaction of the two of them became. It was like an ancient well without any ripples, because both of them knew and understood that if the two of them were to become anxious at this time, then it would really be over for them. Everyone, go back to your original areas of influence and reorganize your forces. We will fight to the death with them. With our foundation, we will definitely be able to fight. Let's do it. Dong Wushang said fiercely with a murderous aura. If this is your overall strategy, I can only give you one word: stupid. Imo Tianji shouted. Now, shut up immediately. Dong Wushang's lips moved as if he still wanted to argue. Imo Tianji and Chu Yang's gazes followed him like shadows. Xie Danxiong hurriedly pulled Dong Wushang's sleeves to stop him from speaking. Dong Wushang immediately fell silent like a deflated balloon, panting heavily. Imo Tianji paced slowly. Chu Yang frowned and his eyes almost froze. Firstly, the extraterrestrial demons just had to send reinforcements to Purple Cloud Heavens at this very moment. Chu Yang said dispassionately, let's not talk about whether the space over at the extraterrestrial demons' lair has really collapsed. Just the timing alone is a little off. If this is the case, we can get a preliminary hypothesis. There is a high chance that the saint and the extraterrestrial demons have some kind of connection. Imo Tianji nodded. Yes, the timing of this invasion is too coincidental. Even if there is no connection between them, it will become a connection. Furthermore, it seems to be to create a reason. At the very least, we can all be sure that the demon empress being heavily injured was definitely not the work of some otherworldly demons. If the otherworldly demons were really able to hide so many experts one day, I believe that directly occupying that day would definitely not be a difficult matter. Chu Yang nodded. But it won't be the saint who did it personally. I believe the saint won't be so unwise to do it personally at this time. The two of them looked at each other and said at the same time, since the saint can still severely injure the demon empress without personally doing it, it means that the saint still has a lot of hidden experts. Ordinary experts can't injure the demon empress, who is at the pinnacle. In other words, in a specific environment, pinnacle experts, yes, is it possible that the demon empress was already injured before this? Chu Yang frowned. When we left the extreme heaven, only the demon empress was restraining the saint. With the demon empress temper, it's not strange for her to fight with the saint. With the saint's temperament, he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to severely injure or even kill the demon empress. As long as the demon empress battle strength is not at full strength, and there are a few experts besieging her, and if there is a relatively special geographical environment, this guess is also very possible. However, even if the demon empress was injured to a certain extent before, it's still not something that an ordinary pinnacle expert can injure again. Mo Tianji said with certainty, I'm more inclined to believe that the saint has other unknown forces, and this force is still abnormally strong. What can a million-years-old myriad saints' true spirit cultivate? It's really something that we can't predict. Mo Tianji frowned and said, at least this part of the strength has to be separated from the known complete region of the Saint Emperor Palace. Moreover, we can't underestimate it at all. Everyone nodded slowly. Other than that, there's also the turmoil in the few heavens. The Eastern Royal Heaven has the Eastern Royal Emperor personally overseeing it, so there shouldn't be a big problem. The Demon Emperor Heaven has already started fighting. Gu Duxing and Bu Luqing also need reinforcements. GMO, Butong, Tantan, Little Wolf, and the other heavens are also in chaos and need reinforcements. Ao Xiayun's side is also on the verge of erupting. In short, we need manpower in all aspects. We can't delay any longer, and it's extremely urgent. But the current situation definitely doesn't allow us to divide our forces. Once we divide our forces, I'm afraid we'll be playing right into the saint's hands. He'll easily find an opportunity to defeat us one by one. Then what do you think we should do? Dong Wushang and GMO roared at the same time. Are we just going to watch our brothers suffer and do nothing? Chapter 2563. Shut up. Chu Yang roared and interrupted their questioning. If you two only know how to say such words, then don't say them anymore. What we need now is to calm down. Any negligence will only lead to more serious consequences. It won't be of any help. Do you understand? If these words had been said by Mo Tianji, Dong Wushang and GMO would probably have argued a little more. But these words had come from Chu Yang's mouth, so the two of them immediately shut up. No one could question Big Boss Chu Yang's authority, and no one was allowed to blaspheme. On Mo Tianji's forehead, blue veins were throbbing. He said, it's useless to be anxious now. The most important task now is to find a quiet and safe place to stay. Dong Wushang, GMO, Luo Ku Di are in charge of patrol and protection. Me, Boss, Qing Wu, the two sisters-in-law, Layer, Lur, Dan Xiong, Butong, Xinyang and I need to have a meeting to sort out the chaotic situation. He took a deep breath. This is a critical moment. We can't make any mistakes. No one is allowed to act rashly. In this period of time, Tianji's words are equivalent to my words. Going against Tianji is equivalent to going against my words. Chu Yang added. Chu Yang was really afraid that the brothers here would rush to help in a moment of anger. That would be really bad. There was no doubt that Dong Wushang, GMO, Luo Ku Di, and Rue Butong were all capable of doing such a thing. So, it was better to take precautions early. Why didn't you call us for a meeting? Luo Ku Di had just shouted when Chu Yang glared at him fiercely. Why didn't I call you? It's because of your bad habit of always yelling. Mo Tianji said fiercely. From now on, if any of you dare to say another word, you'll be demoted to the youngest immediately. Boss said it just now. I'm a man of my word now. The three of them immediately kept quiet out of fear. They really didn't dare to say another word. Chu Yang's heart sank. It could be seen from Mo Tianji's reaction that the situation had worsened to such an extent. Mo Tianji was actually so furious. He even wanted to gather everyone's strength to sort out the entire situation. He even wanted to stop Dong Wushang and the others. He even wanted to borrow Chu Yang's words. Judging from the current situation, the fog that Chu Yang felt in his mind was probably also in Mo Tianji's mind. Furthermore, Mo Tianji was in a complete mess because so many of his brothers had met with mishap at the same time. At this stage, there were no important targets to pay attention to. Because accidents were happening everywhere, every place should be a target worth paying attention to. He simply couldn't manage it. A short while later, a cave made of stone was formed, and the 3 guards went out to guard it. They formed the first line of defense. After that, Dong Wushang, Luo Ku and GMO were driven out to form the second line of defense. The other 10 people sat in a circle with heavy expressions on their faces. The participants were Chu Yang, Mo Qingwu, and Mo Tianji, Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian, Mo Lei Chu Luer, Xin Yang, Rui Budong, Xie Danqiong. Mo Tianji took the initiative to add to the discussion. Then, everyone suggested that Tai Butian take charge of the overall situation. Chu Yang and Tai Butian were full of praise for this decision. This was because Mo Tianji had clearly realized that even though he was trying his best to act as if nothing had happened, his heart had already become somewhat chaotic. He had almost lost his mind, and it was difficult for him to maintain a calm heart that was able to see through everything. This matter ultimately concerned the safety of many of his brothers. If he focused on one, he would lose sight of the others. Yet, he couldn't bear to give up on anyone. To put it bluntly, Mo Tianji now might not be as good as Dong Wushang and the others. They rushed to provide support in a moment of hot-headedness and had only one goal. Thus, they had fewer concerns, and it was easier for them to position themselves. Mo Tianji needed to be in charge of the overall situation and consider everything thoroughly. But in the current situation, how could he take care of everything? Thus, Mo Tianji was even more confused now. At this time, Tai Butian, the emperor who once controlled the world, used the heart of a ruler to analyze and make a choice. This was the most appropriate choice. Now, all of you are too anxious, so you have lost your composure. Tianji clearly knows that he can't be anxious at this time, and he can use this to criticize others. But it's ineffective when it comes to himself. Tai Butian said calmly, "Indeed, major changes are happening in these heavens and earth. Every side is in an atmosphere of struggle, and the situation is precarious. Every side is our brothers. We have our brothers, and we can't abandon them. But now, we have to be clear about where we are needed the most. Also, what is the Saint Lord's purpose in deliberately creating such a chaotic situation? The Saint Lord won't blindly take revenge." Even though Tai Butian's words weren't cold, they were like a basin of cold water that was poured over everyone's heads. Now, let's first eliminate those unnecessary places. Tai Butian drew a big circle on the empty space in front of her with the scabbard, and then marked the names of the heavens and earth in the circle. Then, the scabbard first pointed at the 3 words purple clouds heavens and said calmly, "Even though the extraterrestrial demons will be our greatest enemy in the future, the purple clouds heavens now has the previous tribulation holding the fort, and there's also that mysterious white fog as the final barrier. As long as this final line of defense is still there, I believe that there shouldn't be any major unbearable changes in the short term. Therefore, the purple clouds heavens can be eliminated. It's not within the scope of our attention this time." With a stroke of the scabbard, the purple clouds heavens was instantly gone. The Eastern Royal Heavens has the Eastern Royal Emperor personally holding the fort. It's the most powerful and has long been prepared. Therefore, the Eastern Royal Heavens also doesn't need any reinforcements and can also be eliminated. In fact, if even the Eastern Royal Heavens has fallen, there's no point for us to rush over. The choice in this area is very obvious. The Eastern Royal Heavens was also removed. There's also the Ink Sky, Xie Danqiong side, and the Extreme Heaven, Dong Wushang side. Because the Heavenly Emperor of their respective heavens isn't around, there's no leader, and there's also someone who wants to sow discord, so they've been quarreling all this time. The situation is very chaotic, and, since they're quarreling and in chaos, I believe that as long as there's no major inducement, they definitely won't fight. Or rather, it can be said that there's nothing to worry about for the time being. Therefore, these 2 heavens can also be eliminated. We can even transfer some of the trusted experts from these 2 heavens and send them to other places as reinforcements. Even if there's chaos in these 2 heavens and earth, as long as Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong return personally one day, they'll be able to settle it instantly. Tai Butian removed the Extreme Heaven and Ink Sky. At this point, the circle on the ground had become much simpler. Everyone's mood also gradually calmed down. Tai Butian frowned and pointed at the Buddha sky and Daluotian sky with her scabbard. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Now that the Buddha Sky Emperor Mo Huichin and the Daluotian Sky Emperor Zi Wuji have already made it clear that they're willing to stand on the side of the Eastern Royal Heavens, there's no big problem in these two heavens and earth. As long as the local forces don't interfere, Jimo's Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Luokidi's Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and Xinjiang's pack of wolves won't really be wiped out. At the very least, there's a great chance of turning things around. Therefore, because there's no possibility of absolute annihilation in these two heavens and earth, we can temporarily eliminate them. As for the experts of Holy Emperor Palace, they're the minority after all. Although there'll definitely be sacrifices, we can't care about them now. I'm not being heartless when I say this, and I believe you can understand. Moreover, even if there's a sacrifice, it'll be too late before you return." As she spoke, Tai Butian removed the two heavens and earth. Everyone nodded. GMO, Luokidi, and Xinjiang all nodded in agreement. What Tai Butian said was indeed reasonable. Although such an analysis was already calm to the point of being almost callous, it was exactly what was needed now. Green sky heavens. Now the entire territory has already fallen into Ao Sheyun's hands. Although there's still a confrontation, although it's on the verge of breaking out, this just shows that Ao Sheyun has already stabilized the situation. Therefore, there's no need to worry about this heavens and earth for the time being. As she spoke, Tai Butian removed this heavens and earth as well. As for Demon Emperor Heaven, now it's fallen into an extremely chaotic battlefield. The situation seems to be extremely dangerous, but in fact, it's not really that bad. First of all, almost everyone there is on our side, and there's also Yao Ningtai's full support. It can be said that it's the foundation of our base camp. Under the leadership of such an advantageous force, I believe that in the short term, there won't be any major incidents. Especially at this stage, the Demon Empress has already returned to Demon Emperor Heaven. Even if she's seriously injured, there's still nothing to worry about with her holding the fort. Tai Butian said indifferently, moreover, it's precisely because of the Demon Empress injury that Demon Emperor Heaven will instead be more united against a common enemy. Therefore, the Demon Emperor Heaven can also be removed. In the end, only the big Western Heavens, the South Pole Heavens, and the Chi Bay Heavens were left. Most of the territories had already been removed by Tai Butian, one after another. Mo Tianji let out a deep breath at this moment. Tai Butian was pondering, and her beautiful brows were slightly knitted. Finally, she pointed the hilt of her sword at Chi Bei Tian. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion founded by Tan Tan didn't have many people to begin with. It can be said that it's the weakest side of all the Heavenly Armament Pavilions. This isn't necessarily the main reason why Tan Tan's side lost. However, this weakness may not necessarily be a bad thing. With weak strength, there are fewer people. After losing, there are relatively fewer scruples. Since Tan Tan still had the strength to escape after fighting the four great experts alone, then he must have taken Dan Feng with him. Otherwise, with Tan Tan's character, he would have rather fought to the death than give up on Xie Dan Feng. In this way, although Tan Tan is seriously injured, there's still no danger to his life when he's with Dan Feng. At most, he'll completely abandon the Heavenly Armament Pavilion over there. Therefore, this Chi Bei Tian can also be ignored for the time being. Chapter 2564. The South Pole is where Rue Butong's Heavenly Armament Pavilion is located. The power that Rue Butong developed is greatly different from the other Heavenly Armament Pavilions. He devoted himself to cultivating a group of thieves. Although in a general sense, their strength is relatively weak, but in terms of escaping, these people actually have a considerable advantage. Moreover, each person has their own specialty, and their ability to survive is even stronger. From Rue Butong, it's not hard to deduce the personalities of the people following him. Most of them should be well hidden. Tai Butian faintly smiled. Therefore, the South Pole can also be temporarily excluded. After eliminating one by one, there was finally only one target left. The big western sky. Gu Duxing sighed. Everyone's hearts unexpectedly became a lot clearer at this time, as if they had a lot more assurance out of thin air. So much so that when Tai Bu Tian said, from Rue Butong, it's not hard to deduce the personalities of the people following him. Most of them should be well hidden. They actually couldn't help but laugh. Rue Butong muttered something, but no one knew what he was saying. Right now, only the big western skies sighed. That is, the place where Gu Duxing, Gu Miaoling, and Bu Luqing are located, is the most dangerous place. At the same time, it's also the place that most urgently needs help. Tai Bu Tian raised her head, thought for a bit, and said, just now, the intelligence also said, in the big western skies battle, at the moment when the battle was intense, the Holy Emperor Palace's power suddenly made a move. In the intelligence of the other worlds, there is no similar intelligence. From this sentence, we can see that the main target of the Holy Emperor's attack, it's the big western skies Gu Duxing. Moreover, this information is very likely deliberately released by the Holy Emperor. Tai Butian's brows furrowed. Therefore, the big western sky is the place where we have no choice but to save. It's also the most dangerous trap laid down by the Holy Emperor. I even suspect that the Holy Emperor himself is over there in the big western sky, waiting for us to walk right into the trap. Tai Bu Tian faintly said, we just destroyed his myriad holy true spirit base and destroyed one of his doppelgangers. It's impossible for the Holy Emperor not to retaliate, and his retaliation, I judge, is most likely here. Tai Bu Tian finished speaking. Tai Bu Tian quietly thought for a while. After confirming that her thoughts and speculations didn't miss anything, she finally smiled faintly. As for the rest, do you have anything else to add? There was absolute silence. After a long time, Mo Tianji replayed what Tai Bu Tian had just said in his mind over and over again. Then, he looked at the map on the ground again and drew it again. He couldn't help but sigh and say, Boss, heaven-mending sister-in-law is truly amazing. She is as meticulous as dust, worthy of being an emperor of a generation, a character who ruled over the world. Chu Yang pretended to be humble. You flatter me. You flatter me. He spoke humbly. However, he did not hide his proud expression at all. Mo Tianji shook his head. What's your name? I am not praising you. What are you so proud of? Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't let Bu Tian Saw down in the future. With Bu Tian Saw's intelligence, let alone you, even if she wanted to scheme against me, I could only wait for bad luck. In the past, I really underestimated everyone in the world. Diwu Qing wrote too. Tai Bu Tian blushed and didn't say anything. Chu Yang forced a smile and said with an awkward face, how would I dare to let Bu Tian down? Don't talk about doing it. I don't even dare to think about it. Bah, I have never thought about it. Your Bu Tian Saw is so wise, how would I? Actually, what Bu Tian thought of, you can also think of it. If I put my mind to it, I might not have thought of it either. However, our minds are a little muddled. Chu Yang's words paused again and again. The entire place was in an uproar and full of laughter. Fortunately, Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, and GMO had gone outside. Otherwise, who knew what kind of laughter there would be? However, there was still Rue Butong. His laughter never stopped. It was unknown whether he was laughing at Mo Tianji or Boss Chu. Mo Qingwu suddenly thought of something and said, Second brother, you call Sister Tan Tian Saw. Shouldn't you also call me Saw? Mo Tianji roared angrily. Get lost. Little girl, you are really going against the heavens. Everyone laughed even harder when they saw this. This plan is completely feasible. Even if I personally planned it, it wouldn't be much better than this. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. Although we clearly know that the big western sky is a trap, right now, we still have no choice but to jump. We have no choice. Everyone slowly nodded, expressing their approval. A spider's web may be able to catch mosquitoes, but can it catch a tiger? Chu Yang's eyes once again shone with a sharp divine light. Everyone roared in agreement. That's right. Since that's the case, let's immediately set out and go to the big western sky first. Mo Tianji waved his hand. Okay. Even though the road ahead was already set, when everyone walked out, they were still worried. They were still concerned about their brothers in other worlds. However, they had already steeled their convictions. The road had to be walked step by step. A meal had to be eaten one bite at a time. Being impatient and panicked was useless. To save a crisis, they had to slowly save an emergency. Right now, they could only do this. First, they had to start from the most dangerous place. It's just that we have to go to the extreme heavens first. Mo Tianji's sudden words made everyone stare blankly. Right now, the top priority was to go to the big western sky. Wasn't this already decided? Why did they have to go to the extreme heavens? Could it be that Mo Tianji had overturned the already decided plan in such a short time? What kind of explanation was this? Only Tai Bu Tian, Wu Qinqian, and Chu Yang's gazes shone. They already had an understanding in their hearts. His mind had recovered its calm, and Mo Tianji's mind had once again calmed down. Right now, going to the extreme heavens was indeed the best choice. Right now, we can't directly go to the big western sky. If we rashly go, there's a big chance that we'll beat the grass and scare the snake. Mo Tianji said heavily. Although the Saint Monarch side has already set up an inescapable net in the big western sky, waiting for us to jump in, although we ultimately have to go, and also have the confidence to break through the inescapable net. However, there's always been a big risk. Seizing a bit of an opportunity will be enough to overturn the final outcome of both sides. Especially, the Saint Monarch himself is in the big western sky. This is undoubtedly the most difficult place for us. Therefore, this is an unexpected opportunity. We'll certainly create it. However, if we want to create this kind of opportunity, there's a crucial point. This opportunity must have enough of a sound, and it must have enough of a deterrent effect on the Saint Monarch's side. Therefore, I've decided that we'll first go to the extreme heavens, and our goal will be the Saint Emperor's palace. Mo Tianji's eyes had an unprecedented ruthlessness. Destroy the Saint Emperor's palace. We'll use a thorough method of revenge to thoroughly destroy it. This will make people realize that we're carrying out a deliberate act of revenge. Originally, the Saint Emperor's palace is a very difficult place to chew on, so much so that it's basically impossible to chew on a hard bone. Not only is there a Saint Monarch stationed here, there are also countless hidden experts. If this place was in normal times, even if we gathered all of our battle strength, we still might not be able to capture it. But right now, the timing is just right. First, the Saint Monarch certainly isn't overseeing this place. Second, of the experts that previously besieged and heavily injured the Demon Empress, even if there were a portion of the Saint Monarch's hidden strength, there would certainly be a considerable portion of the Saint Emperor's hidden experts. Third, the Saint Monarch's subordinate forces wantonly annihilated the heavenly armament pavilions everywhere. They also certainly include many experts from the Saint Emperor's palace. In summary, the Saint Emperor's palace is certainly at its weakest right now. It's the most vulnerable time. And as long as we do it as much as possible, and destroy it as much as possible, the big western sky side will certainly have some changes in form. Even if their main forces can't make it back in time, there will certainly be a considerable degree of slack in their mentality. The most crucial point is that there are many proofs that our main forces are still in the extreme heavens. This can give them a misconception. As long as there is this misconception, the people in the big western sky will have a certain degree of slack in the big western sky situation. What we need is this bit of slack, and this bit of slack can be transformed into an opportunity for us to seize the victory in the big western sky. Moreover, it can reduce the pressure on Gu Duxing. During the march, I'll seize the opportunity to gather information and determine Gu Duxing's whereabouts. If there's a need, there's no harm in boss imitating Gu Duxing's sword intent and using this to massacre the Saint Emperor's palace. In the name of the solitary emperor, Mo Tianji said. Brilliant plan, Chu Yang exclaimed in admiration. However, Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong can't show themselves in this battle. Mo Tianji said. We can't give them any reason to start a war in Mo Yun and Saint Emperor's heavens. Therefore, the two of you can rush to the big western sky first, but your whereabouts must be concealed. Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong's spirits were shaken. That's right. Layers should also go together. Ensure that your whereabouts are absolutely concealed. I believe that this point is the Black Devil's specialty. Mo Tianji's voice suddenly became serious. Xiedin Xiong, you and Mo Layer, the two of you must keep an eye on Dong Wushang. You mustn't act blindly without thinking and affect the overall situation. The two of them solemnly agreed. This time, the two of you are secretly going to have an important mission, and that is to do your best to find Gu Duxing and rescue him. Ensure his safety. Chu Yang repeatedly exhorted. Layer, Dan Xiong. I'll leave this matter to the two of you. Dong Wushang listened from the side and already couldn't wait to turn around and leave. Mo Layer and Xie Danxiong solemnly said, as long as second brother Gu isn't dead right now, even if we have to risk our lives, we must ensure his and second sister-in-law's safety. Please, you two go. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Okay, we'll meet again in the big western sky. A figure rose into the air. Dong Wushang, Xie Danxiong, Mo Layer, and Mo Yuntian, the three great bodyguards. Immediately, when they were 30 feet above the ground, they turned into a rainbow and flew across the sky. It was clear that these people were truly impatient. Cough, cough. I really did my best. How many threads do I have to straighten out for an 8-million-word book? This kind of outburst is already the limit. Give me a few monthly votes to comfort me. There's also a happy matter. Our family's world-defying stage game is going to be officially open beta tomorrow. I hope that the game adaptation of this novel can satisfy everyone. Right now, a lot of book fans are playing inside, and the reviews are not bad. I also took some time to go in and play for a while. Yes, the one called Handsome Fengling in the game is me. This name suits my personal image very well. Everyone, please don't bully me when you see this, ha ha ha. Speaking of which, I'm actually very strong. Be careful that you don't get bullied by me. Official website address, S37/. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., World-Defying Stage will be officially open beta. Similarly, we'll see you in the game. Chapter 2565. The three great guards might be a bit better, but Dong Wushang and the other two going to the big western sky, I'm afraid. It's the same as releasing 3 death gods from hell, or the name Black Devil will really resound through the sky of the heavenly imperial court. Mo Tianji watched the 3 people's rainbows flash by and disappear. He smiled bitterly and said, no matter what Gu Duxing's current situation is, before we go, the big western sky will certainly be turned upside down by them. There is no need to doubt this. Of course, Chu Yang said matter-of-factly, they dared to treat our brothers like this. Why can't we kill them until they turn the sky upside down? Not only will they kill, but I will also kill. Chu Yang took the lead and went, Saint Emperor's Palace, this place, if I go today, it's already destined that I won't be able to survive. Mo Tianji and the others followed soon after. They could completely understand the fury in Chu Yang's heart. The whereabouts of so many brothers were unknown, their life and death unknown. After so many years since they became sworn brothers, this was the first time this had happened. Facing powerful enemies that were almost impossible to contend against, such a grim situation, Chu Yang was thoroughly enraged. There had never been a moment when Chu Yang's killing intent was so strong. Mo Tianji no longer said anything and followed behind Chu Yang. The group of 10 people turned into a sharp arrow, piercing straight into the extreme sky, Wuqing City. 1,800 miles north of the extreme sky capital, Wuqing City, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, was the location of the Saint Emperor's Palace. In the north, there was an unusually wide mountain, as if it wanted to reach the clouds. It was like a huge backrest, and the 2 mountains on the left and right were like 2 armrests. There were no traces of anyone decorating here. The whole terrain, where the 3 mountains overlapped, was like a huge armchair made by heaven, and outside the 2 mountains on the left and right, there was a surging river on each side, like 2 dragons coming out of the water, flowing into the distance. And the Saint Emperor's Palace was located in the seat of this armchair. Chu Yang and the others had just passed through Wuqing City, and when the sky had just turned dark, they saw this majestic armchair in the distance. They also saw the magnificent Saint Emperor's palace inside the armchair. The terrain here. Mo Tianji instinctively frowned. Why would the Saint Emperor choose such a terrain to build the Saint Emperor's palace? It's simply predestined to be defeated and destroyed. Is there a problem with the topography and geomancy here? Chu Yang asked. Chu Yang didn't even know a thing or two about feng shui. So, he naturally didn't have the right to speak. However, Great Trickster Mo was an expert in this field. Something that could make him so surprised must have a huge flaw. No problem at all. Mo Tianji said. It's because there's nothing wrong with it. This was the biggest problem. As I said just now, this place is definitely a treasured land of feng shui. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there is absolutely no other place with better terrain than this place. Since it's already the best feng shui location, what's the problem? Chu Yang was puzzled. This is not the best feng shui location. Didn't you notice that I said, absolutely feng shui location? I didn't use adjectives like best or best. In most places with feng shui, it was necessary to find a place with the best feng shui layout. But in reality, there was no such thing as a perfect place in the world. Heaven and earth were originally incomplete. Even heaven and earth were incomplete. How could there be a so-called perfect place in the world? Mo Tianji replied, well, what you mean is that this is an absolutely feng shui location, but it's actually not a good place. Chu Yang asked again, you can't say that. This topography naturally formed a mountain handrail and a pair of dragons out of the water. Everything was created by the heavens. It can be said to be perfect. Mo Tianji said, no one can destroy this kind of natural paradise. That's why it's an absolutely feng shui location. Even a saint can't? Chu Yang asked. No, unless someone can destroy the entire Heaven Imperial Court, the layout of this area won't be damaged. A saint chose to build the Saint Emperor Palace here. It's indeed a good choice. But what if it's not a saint? Mo Tianji said. In fact, it's a good thing for anyone to do something here. Oh? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Chu Yang rarely admitted his ignorance. But what Mo Tianji said just now was indeed a little confusing. There were not many people who could understand it. Well, it should be like this. If a saint dies, it won't affect the feng shui. If he lives, it won't affect the feng shui. If a saint dies, it won't affect the feng shui? I say, old third Mo, hurry up and say something sensible. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll really get angry. Mo Tianji stared blankly for a while. Then, he said, it was my mistake to talk about feng shui with an outsider like you. Simply put, this kind of perfect feng shui treasure land is called Heaven's Throne. Humans can never be on par with the heavens. Humans won't benefit from the feng shui here. If that's the case, any excellent feng shui will lose its effect. It's meaningless. It won't protect a saint or anyone here. So, no matter how good the feng shui is, it's meaningless. Do you understand? Oh, so that's what you mean. Then, isn't this feng shui meaningless? Chu Yang said, how can it be meaningless? This kind of feng shui is actually used to protect the heavens. It won't simply protect a person. No one will. Mo Tianji said, so, this excellent feng shui isn't good for humans. At this point, Chu Yang suddenly understood. Actually, the best feng shui sign here is outside of the Twin Dragons. That's the only place in this place that can be protected by the power of feng shui. It can help oneself, others, and future generations. Mo Tianji sighed. But the saint obviously didn't choose that place. I think he might not be unaware of the mystery, but it's because he can't afford to lose face. Being told that he has a short life is really a slap in the face. Chu Yang smiled sarcastically. So, even though the saint can see it, he can only choose this place. Mo Tianji also sighed. Even if he's as strong as a saint, he can't avoid this. This is the real reason why the saint didn't build his real headquarters here. Mo Tianji sighed softly. Chu Yang nodded and took out a water bag. Everyone, drink some water. The battle is about to begin. Aren't we going to wait a little longer? Night hasn't completely fallen yet. Aren't we going to choose the best time to attack? Tai Butian asked. No need. Chu Yang gave everyone a heavy pill. Then, with a wave of his hand, a black silk scarf appeared in his hand. He slowly covered his face and tied it tightly behind his head. The Calamity Sword also appeared in his hand. Under Chu Yang's control, the light of the Calamity Sword under normal circumstances slowly changed. The whole sword gradually turned black. It was the appearance of Gu Duxing's Black Dragon Sword. Chu Yang straightened his back. His entire person suddenly became cold and sharp, like a person who was like a sword. He was dressed in black and held the Black Dragon Sword in his hand. His body exuded a sense of loneliness and loneliness. He was a living example of Gu Duxing. He believed that if Gu Duxing's original body was here, he would also be surprised. Could it be that he was actually a twin, and there was another twin brother who had the same fate, experience, and strength as himself? Among the brothers, Chu Yang had spent the longest time with Gu Duxing. Not only did he not feel pressured to imitate Gu Duxing, but he could also imitate Gu Duxing at every difficulty. Chu Yang could even completely imitate his sword techniques, including the Chaotic Heavens sword technique. During the battle with Mo Yuntian, Gu Duxing had explained this sword technique to Chu Yang in detail. At that time, neither of them had thought that this sword intent would appear in the Holy Emperor Palace in such a way. Tianji set up the formation. Luer sealed the door. Bu Tian and Qian Qian fill in the gaps. Chu Yang rose and turned into a sword light that shot out. Today, the Holy Emperor Palace will not be spared. A burst of murderous aura suddenly exploded and engulfed the entire Holy Emperor Palace. The entire crowd overflowed with a strong, clear, and vengeful intent. Chapter 2566. This white light was a restriction personally laid down by the saint. One could imagine how powerful it was. The pure and holy white light immediately enveloped the entire gate. In an instant, it had reached its strongest level. But on top of the city wall, someone still exclaimed, Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Black Dragon, Misty Heaven Sword Technique. This is the Solitary Emperor. In this world, only the Solitary Emperor would have this kind of lonely and desolate aura when he fully unleashed his sword aura. This point was no longer a secret. Everyone watched as this sword light that was infinitely close to black rushed over at an astonishing speed like a falling meteor. It rushed towards the defensive white light that was personally laid down by the saint. Everyone's palms were sweating profusely. Although everyone had confidence in the defense that was personally laid down by the saint, they were all frightened by the Solitary Emperor's heaven-shaking might. Would the Solitary Emperor, who had come for revenge, be able to break through this strongest defense? The answer was revealed almost at the instant of contact. The sword light rushed into the white light like a red-hot sharp knife, unreservedly stabbing into a pool of solidified butter. That white light only flickered for a moment before it exploded with a loud bang. Facing the decisive attack of the Solitary Emperor, even the defense that was personally laid down by the saint couldn't withstand a single blow. The entire city gate was completely overturned by the sudden explosion of the white light. Countless people screamed miserably as they were turned into flying people. Blood flowed in the air as their bodies involuntarily flew far away. Under the sword of the Solitary Emperor, the defense of the saint couldn't even delay the slightest bit of time. What did this result mean? Everyone's eyebrows twitched. Then, they saw that after the grand sword light broke through the defense of the white light, it didn't slow down at all. It didn't even need to catch its breath as it rushed straight into the Saint Emperor's palace. Wherever the sword energy and the sword light passed, there was blood everywhere like a waterfall. In just a few thousand feet, there were already no less than 500 corpses lying on the ground. Long rainbows flickered. No less than 10 figures landed in front of Chu Yang in an instant. One of them said in a deep voice, Solitary Emperor? Chu Yang said coldly, Even if you know me, I won't show you any mercy. Ha ha ha. Everyone on the other side burst into laughter. The legendary lone traveler Great Emperor is a man of few words. Seeing you in person today is better than seeing you in person. However, even if you are the lone traveler Great Emperor, you are courting death by coming here today. Whether you're courting death or not, we'll know after we fight, Chu Yang shouted as he soared into the air. An indescribable aura of loneliness instantly spread through the air and engulfed the entire area. It was as if he was the only one left in this world. A sword across the sky to the peak. With a sweep of the sword light, it flew out in the shape of a fan. It actually faced dozens of tyrannical opponents head-on. Without exception, all of them enveloped him. Everyone on the Holy Emperor Palace's side felt a bleak and lonely killing intent at that moment. In the next moment, all of them reacted at the same time, and their reactions were very similar. They were furious. Guduxing, who do you think you are? You actually want to challenge all of us here by yourself? Who do you think you are, the Holy Emperor His Majesty? Kill him, someone shouted. Everyone on the Holy Emperor Palace's side attacked at the same time. Everyone used their own techniques, and countless sharp techniques were all directed at Guduxing. The momentum was indescribable. At this moment, Imo Qingwu, GMO, Luokadi, and Sacrificial Maiden Rue Butong rushed in at the same time. They didn't speak and chose their opponents. They fought fiercely. Life and death, victory and defeat, vanish in a flash. Chu Yang recited softly. This was originally Guduxing's sword technique, but Chu Yang used it at this moment, and it was equally smooth. In his previous life, he understood the taste of loneliness far better than Guduxing. He had this state of mind. He understood this state of mind. This sword technique was largely perfected by Chu Yang. He turned around. Countless sword chi seemed to be attacking in all directions without any pattern. However, two people on the opposite side screamed in pain without any warning. They were already injured by the sword chi. The skin that was cut by the sword energy couldn't stop bleeding at all. It could only continue to flow. No divine technique or secret technique could be used. What no one noticed was that their life force, soul strength, and pure cultivation strength had also been reduced by a small half after this sword strike. This wasn't the effect of the Sword of Solitude, but the Calamity Sword secretly swallowing. The effect of the Sword of Solitude in Chu Yang's hands, coupled with the Calamity Sword, was at least several times better than when Guduxing used it himself. Where can I find a soulmate in the world? Pointing his sword forward, he attacked 300 times in an instant. The sword went in and out of the chest of the Saint Expert at the front dozens of times. Chu Yang didn't hesitate. He kicked the corpse in front of him and stabbed the sword into the heart of another person. With a swing, the two parts of the corpse turned into hidden weapons and flew out. When you want to look back, you've already forgotten your feelings. Chu Yang jumped up and spun slowly in the air. Countless deadly sword energy fell in a fan shape. Within a radius of 3,000 feet around Chu Yang, all the people with lower cultivations let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, there was no more sound. The remaining 30 or so experts were all forced back by his sword attack for close to 100 steps. In the process, 7 or 8 people died because they couldn't bear it anymore. What sword technique is this? How can it have such terrifying power? So far, Chu Yang had only used 3 moves. But a feeling of fear had arisen in everyone's heart, and they couldn't suppress it. According to the legends, although the solitary emperor was powerful and sharp, it didn't seem to be to this extent, right? This was simply terrifying, a nightmare. Could it be that he broke through after being suppressed by the Saint Emperor? But this was the Saint Emperor Palace, the sacred place of the Heaven Imperial Court. How could they let him behave so atrociously here? Everyone tried to suppress the fear in their hearts. With a roar, they surrounded Chu Yang to eliminate the nightmare. Chu Yang quietly landed on the ground. His eyes behind the black mask were cold and emotionless. No matter how many people he faced, he would never face more than 3 people head-on. As long as someone could get behind him or attack from above, Imo Qingwu and the rest would instantly join forces and force that person to retreat or join forces to kill him in the shortest time possible. They had to ensure Chu Yang's safety. Although Chu Yang didn't need such protection, the legendary solitary emperor might not. To make these people believe that this was indeed the solitary emperor, some necessary concealment was still necessary. For the next period of time, the battle fell into a stalemate. Although Chu Yang and the rest's attacks were fierce and sharp, the strength displayed by the other party was definitely not weak. After the initial irresistible force, they gradually fell into a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. Of course, this stalemate was deliberately created by Chu Yang. On one hand, Chu Yang was secretly gathering his energy, preparing for a sure kill attack. On the other hand, he was waiting for news from Emotianji. This time, Chu Yang didn't intend to let any of the Saint Monarch's direct experts walk out alive. The Saint Monarch's crazy revenge had also triggered Chu Yang's violent nature. As long as Emotianji and Chu Le completed the outer blockade, Chu Yang was prepared to use the tribulation sword technique with all his might and start a massacre. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a cold yet seductive voice resounded, "Stop!" On the opposite side, more than 10 experts, who had been suppressed by Chu Yang to the point that they couldn't breathe, leaped out of the battle circle at the same time. Chu Yang held his sword and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw a woman in white standing gracefully on the steps. A pair of cold eyes were looking at him. However, for some reason, this pair of cold eyes gave off an indescribably beautiful feeling. It was as if the endless scenery of the vast starry sky and the boundless sea was revealed from this pair of cold eyes. This was a perfect face. No one would be able to find a single flaw on his face. She had an extremely exquisite face with an impeccable shape, perfect phoenix eyes, and slender eyebrows. Every single one of them was fresh and refined. Her skin was white and tender, her nose was tall and straight, and her lips were red and moist. This was a perfect woman without any flaws. Without any introduction, Chu Yang instantly knew who this woman was. In this world, only this woman could make people think of her name when they saw her face. In the past, she was the pearl of the Shui clan, the world's #1 beauty, the younger sister of Donghuang Shui Leihan, Shui Xian. This white-clothed woman who seemed to have appeared out of thin air just stood there, and there was not the slightest bit of disharmony in the entire bloody battlefield. This was because the moment this white-clothed woman appeared, the entire battlefield seemed to be filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. It was an endless feeling of contentment, and both sides of the battlefield actually quieted down. The passage of countless years and the baptism of time could not diminish her beauty in the slightest. On the contrary, because of the passage of time, it added a hint of maturity to her peerless beauty, and it added a boundless magnificence to her indescribably beautiful appearance. Cold and peerless, unattainable, immortal, and otherworldly. Even Imo Qingwu and Imo Lei couldn't help but feel envious when they looked at this woman. This was the limit that a woman could reach. Time never aged her face. Her youth was eternal. The vicissitudes of life didn't hinder her. Only her magnificence was always with her. This was undoubtedly the ultimate goal of every woman. Even Imo Qingwu and Imo Lei, who were at the peak of martial arts, couldn't avoid it. Chu Yang stood with his sword held horizontally, his eyes coldly staring at the woman in front of him. He knew the identity of this woman very well. When he had first seen her beauty, he had been in a trance for a moment. But he had sobered up in an instant. This was because Chu Yang knew that this woman before his eyes was deranged and devoid of conscience. Chapter 2567. This fairy-like woman in front of him was willing to sacrifice her own father, slaughter her own brothers, and use her entire clan as a tool for her own love and for her husband's ambition. Shui Xian. This extremely elegant and refined name shouldn't belong to this woman. Her actions would only tarnish this name. Chu Yang stared at this woman. There was no longer any desire for beauty in his heart, but he didn't know what exactly he was feeling. It could be hatred, disdain, or disdain. At this moment, Chu Yang had already made up his mind. This woman must be killed. Even if Shui Leihan was here, he wouldn't be able to stop him from waving his sword. As for whether he could kill her or not, that was secondary. Even if Shuexian's real body was here, Chu Yang would still kill her. Moreover, Chu Yang already knew from Dong Wushang that the Shuexian here was actually just a doppelganger, just like the doppelganger of the sage at the 10,000 Saints' true spirit base. As he thought of this, Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh at how miraculous this world was. Not long ago, he had just killed a clone of Master Yun, and now he was seeing his wife's clone here. Furthermore, she was about to be killed by him. This must be the renowned solitary emperor, Gu Duxing, right? Shuexian carefully sized up Chu Yang from head to toe. From his figure to his sword, she could feel his aura. As she looked at him, her eyes were bright and kind. She naturally stood out from the crowd. Yes, Chu Yang said coldly, you must be the saint's first wife, the current saint empress, right? Shuexian nodded slightly. She said, yes, I am. However, I didn't know that the solitary emperor had already revealed his identity. Why did you cover your face? Are you trying to deceive yourself? Intense hatred shot out from Chu Yang's eyes. He said coldly, all of this was bestowed upon me by the saint. A person's face is bestowed by their parents and bestowed by the heavens. If there wasn't any special reason, who would deliberately deceive others? Shuexian shook her head and smiled bitterly. So the solitary emperor's face is actually injured? However, I don't know if it's serious or not. I have top-notch healing medicine here. It might be able to treat it. Chu Yang sneered. I don't dare to take your medicine. Is there anything that the solitary emperor doesn't dare to do? Even the heavenly watchtower holy grounds and the holy emperor palace were not in the solitary traveler great emperor's eyes. There's nothing in this world that the solitary emperor doesn't dare to do. A mere pill is the heart of my fists, yet the solitary emperor is willing to throw it away like a worn-out shoe. Shuexian squinted her eyes. He chuckled. All around, many people from Holy Emperor Palace stared with their eyes wide open. I didn't expect you to see through my thoughts, Chu Yang replied. Once these words came out, the entire audience went silent. What is Gu Duxing talking about? She could tell what was on his mind. It seemed that the divine empress had just said, this concubine's fists have the heart, yet the great emperor discards her like a worn-out shoe? Was Gu Duxing referring to this sentence? Wasn't this too presumptuous? How dare he say that? He actually dared to tease the divine empress? Unexpectedly, Shuexian was still able to maintain her composure. She smiled lightly and said, I wonder if the solitary traveler Grand Emperor has some misunderstandings towards me. Or perhaps he is taking his anger out on me because of my relationship with esteemed Lord. Just now, I was too presumptuous. Our relationship is shallow, so I spoke too deeply. Indeed, it's my fault. Shuexian was indeed worthy of being the divine empress of this generation. She was the only person who shared a pillow with esteemed Lord Cloud. Even after being ridiculed by Chu Yang on the spot, she was still able to maintain her composure. Not only was she able to maintain her composure, she could even raise her hand and repeat it. With just a few sentences, she had already accused the solitary traveler Grand Emperor of being narrow-minded, taking his anger out on others, and so on. I said that you saw through my thoughts. What I meant was, your holy Emperor Palace is really not in my eyes. In this world, there is nothing that I don't dare to do. Chu Yang sneered, Your Majesty Divine Empress, you think too highly of yourself. These words did not leave any face for Shuexian. Everyone's expression changed. Shuexian's expression changed slightly. She chuckled and said, But you still don't dare to eat my healing medicine. Why is that? Chu Yang's eyes were filled with mockery. He said coldly, I don't dare to because my surname is not Xue. That's all. Then, he laughed mockingly and said, Even Shuexian doesn't dare to eat your medicine. How would I dare to? Shuexian frowned. Her bright and beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold. She said softly, Solitary traveler Grand Emperor, if you don't speak clearly, you won't be able to discern the truth. What do you mean by this? Please elaborate. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Did I not make it clear enough? Then let me make it even clearer. Where is the world's #1 financial magnate now? In the sky? Or underground? Er's expression was as cold as ice. She looked at him quietly. In the past, for the sake of his daughter's happiness, the great father who didn't hesitate to spend all his wealth, who killed him in the end. In the past, the Shui clan had many heroes and brothers. Where are they now? In the sky? Or underground? But you, Er, are now in a high position and you command the world, Chu Yang said coldly. Even a wolf has a heart. But where is your heart? Er's face turned cold as she said, take down this arrogant man. She originally wanted to use her talent to negotiate with this solitary traveler Grand Emperor. Then, it would be best if she could subdue him without fighting. The most important achievement of the charm of all living beings that she cultivated was precisely this function. In the past, countless famous experts and experts of the current age had unknowingly fallen for this trick. They had unknowingly been manipulated by her. As long as this Gu Duxing's fighting spirit was slightly weakened, it would be as easy as blowing off dust to deal with him. She could even manipulate Gu Duxing to kill all of his companions and then wake him up. This was the most convenient thing that could do. It was also the thing that she was most proud of. In the past, she had used this method to defeat powerful enemies countless times. If at that time, Gu Duxing saw his companions and brothers being killed by her, how could he endure it? Perhaps or the experts of the Holy Emperor Palace would not have to do it personally. Gu Duxing would have already committed suicide to atone for his crimes. Had already used this trick too many times. She was not satisfied with it every time. The charm of all living beings was to play with all living beings in the palm of one's hand, life and death in one's mind. But now, these few words of Gu Duxing had directly touched upon the biggest taboo in her heart. It was as if her heart had been fiercely scalded by a red-hot iron. This caused Er's mind, which had been as calm as an ancient well for millions of years, to become turbulent and difficult to calm down. In an instant, she flew into a rage. She could no longer maintain her elegant demeanor and directly issued a battle order. With this order, the people of the Holy Emperor Palace rushed up as if they did not care about their lives. Chu Yang and the others suddenly felt a pressure that was several times stronger than before. It was as if was standing here. To the people of the Holy Emperor Palace, it was already an excellent stimulant. There was no need to say anything more. It was already enough. How can this be? Probably only a few newbies would do such a childish act of desperately trying to show off in front of a beauty. But these people are all experts. If they did not have extraordinary willpower, how could they have such extraordinary strength? Why would they have such a strange mentality? Chu Yang felt strange as he fought, but he did not know how powerful Er's charm of all living beings was. Not to mention those who had been with her for a long time, or those who had seen her frequently for a long time. Even those who met her for the first time could not help but be awed by her radiance. This was because those who could be charmed by were definitely experts among experts. Ordinary people did not have such qualifications. These people had stayed in the Holy Emperor Palace for a long time. Naturally, they had seen many times, and every time they saw her, their impression of her would deepen, and they would yearn for her even more. Over the years, they had already worshipped as the supreme goddess in their hearts. Now that the goddess had given the order, of course, everyone fought bravely and fought to be the first. Because of this, ever since and Cloudmaster entered the Holy Emperor Palace, there had never been any betrayals in the palace. Could be said to have taken great credit for this. This had nothing to do with sex, but she had made herself into an immortal. That kind of cold, immortal aura made everyone who saw her feel ashamed of their inferiority, but also fanatically supported her. What was even more fortunate was that the real Gu Duxing was now Chu Yang. Chu Yang cultivated the heaven-splitting divine technique, which was above all the other techniques in the heaven-splitting imperial court. He had also comprehended the true attainments of Tao, which was why he was not bewitched by Shui Xian Er's charm of all living beings. If the real Gu Duxing was here, based on his cultivation, he might not be able to resist the power of charm of all living beings. As long as there was a little bit of insufficient resistance, he would be defeated in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. A huge hand suddenly formed in the sky and covered the whole battlefield of the Holy Emperor Palace without any warning. It slammed down fiercely with the force of a mountain. Chu Yang let out a long roar. Using the posture of the heaven-splitting sword technique, he merged the surging sword energy of what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world and suddenly unleashed it. A faintly discernible sword energy was spat out along with the momentum. Chi, chi, chi. Numerous small, transparent holes suddenly appeared in the huge hand that covered the sky above. Then, with a boom, it completely exploded. Following the collapse of the huge hand, the buildings around the Holy Emperor Palace also collapsed. The initiators of the huge hand, the 8 saints who attacked together, spat out blood at the same time and fell to the ground in exhaustion. Chu Yang's calamity sword circled around. The sword tip vibrated continuously 8 times at an extremely fast frequency. The heads of the 8 people almost flew up at the same time, and their life essence was also devoured by the calamity sword. A clear and melodious whistle suddenly sounded, and a dreamy red color suddenly appeared in the sky. Heavenly dance. I'm very disappointed today. Very angry. I want to cry. Fuck. I started to lose weight on the 28th of this month. Until today, when I started to lose weight, I was 75 pounds. After going to the toilet today, I weighed myself. I'm 50 pounds now. Chapter 2568. In other words, this guy was the weakest link in this group of enemies, the kind that needed to be protected. That was why he didn't leave this place. Although he had the protection of the solitary Great Emperor, the injuries on this guy's body were still riddled with wounds. They believed that as long as they put in a little more effort, they would be able to kill him. As long as this person was killed, there would be a gap in the enemy's formation, and they would be able to secure victory. Driven by this thought, more and more people gathered around. Soon, more and more people gathered around them. Rue Budong shouted, "Your Majesty, I can't protect you anymore." With a swoosh, he ran away. You're protecting your Majesty? What kind of joke is this? It's obviously your Majesty who is protecting you. And now that the situation is critical as a guard, you actually ran away without a care? How can people be so shameless? This is really a little too shameless. However, it's better for you to split up. It'll be easier for us to defeat you one by one. Dealing with this guy alone is much less dangerous than dealing with the solitary Great Emperor together. Therefore, more than 40 people flew up and chased after him. On the other side, Luo Kadi and the sacrificial maiden wielded the Wolf Fang sword and the Wolf Fang sword respectively. The couple howled like wolves, one howling and the other howling. Although there were only the 2 of them, they had the power of 10,000 wolves howling at the same time. Even though they were on a battlefield of life and death that was constantly changing, and they were here for revenge, Chu Yang and the rest still felt a little scared. They really didn't expect that Luo Kadi, who had never found a wife, would actually find such a perfect match here. Continuous howls of wolves could be heard. One by one, experts fell down just like that, never to be seen again. Shui Xian Er's eyes were fixed on Chu Yang, who was engaged in a frenzy of killing. At the same time, she was also paying attention to Imo Qingwu, who was fighting alongside Chu Yang. The 2 of them were sometimes together and sometimes apart. Their cooperation was flawless, like a perfect pair of pearls and jade. Shui Xian Er's split body was a little hesitant. Her rationality told her that the most dangerous enemy now was this solitary Great Emperor who was on a killing spree and needed to be eliminated immediately. But her emotions urged her to move step by step towards Imo Qingwu. The jealousy in her heart had already made her close to madness. No matter what, she would not allow another woman who was more beautiful than her to exist in this world. As long as such a woman exists, she must be eradicated. The former one was already dead. This one had to die too. Once a woman's jealousy rose, her actions would no longer be reasonable, and she would become unreasonable. Under this kind of mentality, all of the reasons, right and wrong, and reasons were not important. They were meaningless. As a result, amidst the sounds of fighting that were as loud as the mountains, Shuexian, Er's white clothes flashed. He leaped up and attacked from the sky. In an instant, countless rays of white light fell down like an inescapable net. At the moment of the descent, sharp knives with barbs appeared out of thin air on the dense net that was like an inescapable net. The blade was glowing with a blue light. A loud boom resounded in the empty sky. This sudden change caused the power of the attack to increase even more. It even blocked off all the paths that Mo Qingwu could take to advance or retreat. This kind of attack was obviously meant to kill Mo Qingwu in one blow. And, even if she was lucky enough not to die, as long as these barbed knives came close to her body, her beautiful face would be destroyed in an instant. Her snow-white jade-like skin could no longer recover. No one knew that Shuexian had added an extremely powerful poison on top of this inescapable net divine technique. Similarly, no one knew that Shuexian who looked as pure and holy as a snow fairy, was not only cruel and merciless, she was also a venomous woman, an expert in the way of poison. No matter how beautiful a woman was, once she was poisoned, there would be no cure for her life. And this kind of poison was only effective against women. It was useless against men. Mo Qingwu was just about to escape when she suddenly felt that the air around her had become extremely sticky. Although she was still confident that she could break free, she would not be able to deal with the attacks of more than 10 opponents at the same time. And even if she could deal with the people in front of her, how could she deal with the net above her head? 3 dangers, 3 attacks from 3 sides. How should she choose? Mo Qingwu's face turned cold. Suddenly, she let out a soft roar and activated her peak cultivation. She exploded with a powerful force and broke free from the restraint of the external force. The Qingwu Dream Saber in her hand shone with endless light. She slashed hundreds of times consecutively at the speed of lightning, forcing back more than 10 enemies in front and behind her. 2 of them had blood spurting out from their bodies. After pushing back the enemies in an instant, the Qingwu Dream Saber shone again and was about to slash at the net that was about to reach her. The saber aura had already formed. It shone with a faint green light. The power of this saber was enough to make gods and demons retreat and silence the fairies. Shuexian, Er's white-clothed figure flashed over with an extremely cruel smile on her face. An enormous external force appeared once again, instantly sealing off the surrounding environment. Her meticulous plan was all for this moment. This little girl actually wants to use the saber aura to break the inescapable net divine technique. How can that be? Just be obedient and be disfigured. There is no woman more beautiful than me in this world. There isn't one in the past, now, and in the future. Yo, little sister, you look so beautiful. What a beauty. Shuexian, Er's voice was gentle and soft. Come, let me take a closer look. TSK, this little face is really, really beautiful. It's just that this face can only be a memory. Then, she waved her white hands, and 2 white ribbons flew out like long dragons. They forcibly entangled the dreaming of a gentle dance saber. The invincible and indestructible saber aura got suppressed and couldn't display its might for a while. Seeing that the big net was about to fall, at this moment, a white figure flashed through the air and a clear voice laughed. Such a good fishing net is better used to catch fish. How can you throw it at people's heads? You are not human. A slender hand grabbed onto the tip of one of the hidden sabers on the inescapable net. Then, using the tip of the saber, the net was lifted into the air, and with a wave of her hand, the net was turned into a rod-like object. Then, she smashed it down toward Shuexian with the momentum of the rod-like object. Shuexian retreated in shock. This net was called the Tears of Beauties. Although it was not very lethal, it was a nightmare to any woman. Beauties have tears, and tears can change their beauty. As long as a woman came into contact with this net, she would be poisoned immediately. Furthermore, Even Shuexian did not have the antidote. If she was careless, she would not be able to recover for the rest of her life. There were restrictions placed on it by the Saint Monarch and her own cultivation. It looked ordinary, but it was definitely not. Every time she used it, there would be a space lock and poison spreading in all directions. But this person was able to grab it so easily and was not affected by it at all. Shuexian looked over and saw a young girl in white. She was slim and elegant like a white lotus out of the water. She looked smart and was looking at her mockingly. Shuexian was holding the net in her hand like a dead fish. She did not care about it at all. When Shuexian saw this, she was truly shocked. She had only caught a glimpse of the girl and did not observe her closely. At first, she thought that the girl was wearing some kind of mystical glove on her hand that could ward off poison. But now that she took a closer look, the girl clearly did not wear any glove on her hand. She was just holding the tip of the knife with 2 fingers. But why was she not poisoned? This young girl was, of course, Chu Lu'er. She held Shuexian's tears of beauties and said mockingly, "A Saint Empress is actually using such a broken net as a weapon? Isn't it too embarrassing?" She then pouted and said, "Here, I'll return this to you. But please don't take it out and embarrass yourself in the future. Even I feel embarrassed for you." She then threw the vicious net back to Shuexian. How could Chu Lu'er throw this harmful weapon back to Shuexian so casually? Was she really that stupid? Shuexian smiled sweetly and said, "Even a Saint Empress has to share the joys and sorrows of the people. What good things can there be in this world?" She then took the net back. It was not easy to make this inescapable net. Since she had the chance to get it back, how could she miss it? But Shuexian was more concerned about what was wrong with it. She had to find out. Why was she not poisoned? Furthermore, even though the net looked like a net, its ingenuity was endless. Even the threads that formed the net were treasures that were hard to find in this world. How could she throw it away so casually? Was it because this girl was from a side sect and did not recognize such a treasure? Or was it because of her high status that she did not care about this item? However, the moment Shuexian held the net in her hands, she suddenly screamed and threw the net away. There was a third possibility. She was using this mechanism to fight. But Shuexian realized it too late. At this moment, Shuexian's jade-like hands that were as white as snow had already turned green, following which it turned purple. Then, a faint purplish-black line could be seen climbing up her wrist. The speed at which it spread was actually visible to the naked eye. Shuexian's face turned pale. She hurriedly used her cultivation as a peak saint to stop the poison from spreading. But to her horror, she realized that this method was useless. The black and purple line was not affected by her spiritual energy at all. From beginning to end, it slowly rose up in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, it had reached her forearm. Her entire forearm had turned green. But fortunately, the line stopped moving when it reached her forearm. It was as if it was restrained by something. Chapter 2569. Although the cultivation of the 4 girls was not weak, their actual cultivation was much weaker than GMO's. Especially when GMO pretended to be weak, they were all killed instantly when he suddenly burst out. Perhaps they did not expect that the perverted hooligan whom they were suppressing just now would suddenly burst out with such powerful energy. Was this a joke? However, this joke could only be explained in the netherworld. Across the entire Holy Emperor Palace, the sounds of fighting had already become fragmented, and there was not much left. There were tens of thousands of experts here, and most of them had turned into dust. Shuexian looked at the corpses around her and sighed. If we did not rush to the other worlds and divert more than half of the experts from Holy Emperor Palace, how could you break into Holy Emperor Palace so easily? An elegant voice said, "If Holy Emperor Palace did not send so many experts to hurt my brother, we would not have thought of destroying Holy Emperor Palace this time. There is a cause and effect. You did the first, we did the 15th. That's all." Following the voice, a person walked in slowly from the direction of the gate. The person was dressed in white, clean and elegant. He walked calmly, and a purple jade flute shone in his hand. As this person walked over, it was as if the entire situation was under his control. Mo Tianji. When Chu Lu'er appeared, it meant that the two of them had completely sealed off the outside of Holy Emperor Palace. And Mo Tianji's appearance was tantamount to announcing another thing. From now on, this Holy Emperor Palace, it could already be equated to death. Unless they had Mo Tianji's permission, they wouldn't be able to enter. No one could come out. All the paths here were controlled by Mo Tianji. When Mo Tianji came in, he immediately said, "Seize the time and kill everyone who needs to be killed. Tonight, no one will be left alive in Holy Emperor Palace. Heaven Fault Holy Land will be Heaven Fault Holy Land." As soon as he heard this, the guards of Holy Emperor Palace, who still had some fighting spirit, instantly collapsed. They watched as the number of people on their side decreased, and the living people turned into corpses one by one. Some even died without a complete corpse. From tens of thousands of people to less than 1,000 now. No matter how they struggled and fought, only death awaited them. How could they not be afraid? Now, in an absolute disadvantage, seeing that the saints, who were usually high and mighty, were also being forced into a corner and were about to be defeated and die, who would be willing to stay here and wait for death? Once their fighting spirit crumbled, it was unknown who took the lead to shout, but the thousands of people immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Where there is life, there is hope. Besides, I'm going to deliver a message to His Majesty the Sage Monarch. It can't be considered an escape, it's just a strategic diversion. For the Holy Emperor Palace, he would leave behind a spark and hope, leaving the future behind. With such thoughts in mind, everyone was instantly cleansed. Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, Chu Lu'er, and the others all revealed cruel smiles as they watched these people escape. Sure enough, those people had only charged out a few thousand feet when they seemed to have bumped into an invisible barrier, and they were unable to take another step forward. This was the power of the array formation. With Mo Tianji's unique means and the unique geographical conditions of this place, setting up such a ceiling formation was simply a piece of cake for him. He could achieve twice the result with half the effort. In the next moment, the people who hit the barrier all screamed in pain. The poison that Chu had set up immediately took effect the moment it came into contact with them. One by one, they rolled, screamed, begged, and cursed. However, not long after, these people fell to the ground with their bodies convulsing. There was no more sound. Shuexian, Er's face was still vaguely filled with anger when she saw everyone suddenly running away. However, as she watched until now and saw everyone dying in such a bizarre manner, Shuexian, Er's face finally changed and fear began to grow in her heart. She turned her head and looked at Chu Lu'er with some fear. She asked word by word, "You did this?" Chu Lu'er smiled sweetly. "I'm an expert in using poison. Please enlighten me." Shuexian, Er's heart really fell into an ice cave at this moment. At least she knew that it was impossible for her to use poison to kill so many people at once in such a spacious place. This was no longer a matter of pure means. Poison, means, timing, dosage. All the conditions had to be calculated perfectly, and it also required a lot of experience in using poison. Only by combining all of the above could it be possible to accomplish this. Yes, only then could it be possible. And this girl did it beautifully in front of the Divine Empress, in front of Shuexian For the first time, Shuexian was touched by her own safety. "You're indeed stronger than me." Shuexian seemed indifferent to the tragic deaths of her subordinates. She smiled faintly and said, "Heroes come from young. I'm impressed." Chu Lu'er said, "Stronger than you? I thought you were just flattered by your subordinates and didn't know your place. It turns out that you're really ignorant. Oh right, you haven't told me where you found the tear of heaven's pride?" Shuexian, clone frowned and smiled. "I can tell you the truth, and I can even give you a batch. However, the condition is that you let me go?" Chu Lu'er nodded. "Sure, as long as you're telling the truth." Shuexian didn't fall for it. She said, "What about my poison?" Chu Lu'er said, As long as you do what you say, I'll cure you of the poison. You can rest assured about this. Shuexian heaved a sigh of relief. She said, but how can I trust you? I can tell you where the tear of heaven's pride is produced, and I can also give you the tear of heaven's pride that I have. However, how can you gain my trust? Chu Luer smiled. There's no good way for this. You can only gamble now that I'm trustworthy, because you don't have any other choice. If I go back on my words, you can only die. If I keep my word, you can live. I wonder if the heavens will look after you. Shuexian was speechless. She's such a hoodlum. She actually met the legendary female hoodlum today. She's such a pretty and pitiful young lady. She's actually such a hoodlum? Chula reminded him kindly, that's right. I'm deliberately controlling the poison in your body now. It won't continue to spread. If you don't make a decision soon, I won't be able to control it for long given my low cultivation level. Your life is now in your own hands. You know what I'm talking about, right? Poison expert. As if confirming Chu Luer's words, the purplish-black poison lines on Shuexian's arm suddenly moved at this moment. At this moment, it actually moved at the right time. In an instant, it spread up a distance of no less than half a foot. Her entire arm was originally as white as snow, but now it was extremely swollen. It was unbearable to look at. In fact, it was even emitting a faint stench that made one want to vomit. On the other side, another scream was heard. Another peak-level saint slowly shriveled under Chu Yang's sword. There was a look of despair in his eyes. Along with this scream, on the other side, almost at the same time, another scream was heard, followed by a muffled groan. Luo Kadi groaned. He staggered backward and kept vomiting blood. However, the peak-level saint opposite him had already been split into two halves from his shoulder to his lower abdomen. He died with his eyes wide open. Then, without waiting for the others to react, Rue Batong opened his mouth. With a boom, a ball of nirvana flame enveloped that corpse and burned it fiercely. All the remaining primordial spirit and soul consciousness of that person were completely burned away by this ball of nirvana flame. GMO, Lady Priest, Mo Qingwu, and the others also successively succeeded. There were not many people left on the Holy Emperor Palace's side. At this point, Chu Yang no longer concealed himself. He controlled the Calamity Sword and used all his strength to attack the remaining 5 experts. His current cultivation was already comparable to Donghuang Shuelehan. If he used the Calamity Sword and used all his strength, he believed that even Shuelehan might not be Chu Yang's match. Although the 5 people opposite him were also peak-level experts, they were still some distance away from Zue Wuqing and the others. They were even further away from Donghuang. Chu Yang had unleashed his full strength at this time. So, these 5 experts had been completely killed in the blink of an eye. After the Calamity Sword devoured the soul energy, it let out a cheerful sword cry and rushed into Chu Yang's body. This battle was undoubtedly a great supplement for the Calamity Sword. However, such a long battle also consumed a lot of energy. It needed to rest temporarily to consolidate its foundation and digest what it had gained. Seeing that she was the only one left in an extremely short period of time, Shuexian finally panicked. She said decisively, I believe you. I will tell you where the heaven's proud tear is. Although she would never be so naive to believe her enemy, she could only choose to believe at this time, because she had no other choice. There wasn't a single other path. This was the last life-saving straw. No matter what, she had to try. It was only at this moment that she completely believed that in this world, there was actually someone who could use poison as if it was her own arm. Even if the poison had already entered someone else's body, she could still control it. Furthermore, she could control it so meticulously and freely. She believed that even the Sky Poison sect, which was famous for its time millions of years ago, had not heard of such a method. However, she had personally encountered it today. As a person who was good at using poison, Shuexian's doppelganger knew how terrifying such a person was. Although the young girl in front of her looked pure and innocent, and even a little naive, in the eyes of Shuexian's doppelganger, she was no different from the incarnation of a devil. Say it. Chula smiled very innocently. However, When Xuexian saw her smile, she shuddered and said, I don't have the finished product with me. Actually, that medicinal herb is behind this mountain, under the valley. When I found it, I didn't know that this medicinal herb was the heaven's proud tear. Until now, I still call it beauty's tear. Chapter 2570. Tears of Beauties? Chulu suddenly frowned in disgust. You only use this kind of poison on women? Beauties? Xuexian lowered her head and nodded. Chulu was indeed an expert in using poisons. She immediately understood what Chulu was trying to do. You're also a woman. Don't you know how vicious this kind of poison is to women? Chulu couldn't understand it all. She looked at the woman in front of her angrily. Why did you do this? She's just a clone. Chu Yang walked over slowly and said indifferently, this should have been ordered by her original body. Clone. Xuexian's clone trembled. Her biggest secret was actually exposed by this solitary emperor. How did you know? Xuexian's clone suddenly raised her head and looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Her eyes were filled with intense fear and panic. She seemed to feel that she was standing naked in front of everyone and had no more secrets. Of course I know, Chu Yang said coldly. Chu Luer said impatiently, I'm only doing this for you. No matter if it's a clone or the original body, why would I do this? After her biggest secret was exposed, Xuexian's clone seemed to have lost all her energy. She was stunned for a while before she lowered her head and said in a low voice, It's like this. The original owner of this body is extremely jealous. She didn't allow other women to get close to Cloud Shangren. Even us clones weren't allowed to get close to Cloud Shangren. However, she was born infertile. Cloud Shangren could only find other women to continue his bloodline, and every time he found one, Xuexian would take this woman into the Saint Emperor Palace and take good care of her. After she gave birth, she would silently let her be tainted with tears of beauties, and her body would swell. Her skin would fester and become unrecognizable, but she would say that it was caused by childbirth. Often, these women would commit suicide because of this. Everyone couldn't help but curse when they heard this. This Xuexian was really the most vicious woman in the world. She couldn't have children herself, so her husband found other women to have children with. After the children were born, she made them so miserable. What was Cloudlord's identity? Based on Cloudlord's judgment, any woman that he found pleasing to the eye would be a piece of cake to him. How could any of them be ugly? He believed that every single one of them was a peerless beauty. However, after such a woman was married, she would only have a few years of happiness at most. Once she gave birth to the child, she would immediately become a faceless yaksha. For a woman, as long as her looks were passable, once her face was disfigured, she would definitely die. That was a fate worse than death. He had nothing left to live for. What's more, these beauties were able to catch the eye of Master Yun. When a woman discovered that her originally fairy-like, beautiful face had suddenly turned into a pig, she would not be able to bear it. What would happen if a pig was prettier than her? That was simply a tragedy. Instead of forcing him to commit suicide, it would be better to just kill him. It would also make it easier for women to accept. For women, it was only human nature to die for their beauty. It was absolutely not an illusion. He really deserves to die. Even Mo Qingwu couldn't help but curse. It could be seen that he was a man who specialized in destroying women. Moreover, it was a woman who specialized in destroying peerless beauties. How hateful! Chu Le snorted coldly and turned to leave. Following Xuexian's instructions, they began to search the area. Mo Tianji, Chu Yang, and the rest stared at this divine empress clone. There were a few sighs. She had such a peerless beauty, yet at the same time, she also had such a despicable and vile heart. He really didn't know how the heavens had managed to combine this extreme beauty with extreme viciousness, as well as extreme harshness and extreme ungratefulness when he was creating things. This was a mistake that absolutely shouldn't have happened. Therefore, when such a mistake happened, it would be a calamity to the world. Shuexian stood quietly. Although her arm was still bruised and ugly, her expression had already regained its usual calmness. At least on the surface, she really looked very calm. After watching for a while, Chu Yang turned his head and sighed. Mo Tianji seemed to know what he was sighing about. He said, "No need to sigh. This is just a clone." Chu Yang nodded. "It still feels a little uncomfortable." Shuexian's clone raised her head and looked at Chu Yang. "What's uncomfortable?" Chu Yang said coldly, "No matter what, you're still a divine empress clone. Furthermore, you have the cultivation of a peak saint. However, this time, not only are you afraid of death, but you also surrendered because of the poison. You don't even have any dignity or grace. This makes me feel very surprised, very unbelievable." Chu Yang explained in detail. He even added a series of adjectives at the end. This made Mo Tianji a little surprised. However, he immediately understood Chu Yang's meaning when he looked at him. He couldn't help but be shocked. Then, he started to listen attentively. Chu Yang was trying to find out the secret of clones. This point was extremely useful to him and the rest of the brothers present. Shuexian's clone smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think that the divine empress clone must be high and mighty? That she would rather die than submit? That she must have grace, strength of character, and insist on her so-called dignity? That she would rather die than submit, and that she would rather die than submit?" Chu Yang said seriously, "Shouldn't that be the case? That's why I have doubts about your performance today. In fact, I even despise you." The word despise poked at Shuexian's sore spot. She actually laughed coldly and said, "Of course, I'm Shuexian's clone. This is an ironclad fact. However, Shuexian and Lord Yun had no choice but to give us clones a physical soul in order to better control the Heaven Imperial Court. Although our souls are physical, we still have to be formed according to their wishes. Although the clone possesses great strength the moment it's formed, the formation of its personality still depends on the original body. One is marked by the company one keeps." Shuexian's clone actually said such a sentence. Chu Yang nodded. "I understand a little, but there's more that I don't understand. No matter what, your performance just now was a little embarrassing." Embarrassing? Embarrassing is better than losing one's life. When clones like us die, we'll completely disappear and cease to exist. Although we can't betray, we still have the right to live. If we're embarrassed, at least there's a slight chance of survival. But the original body is different. When the original body encounters such a situation, it can definitely die in battle and even drag you down with it. Because as long as there's still a clone, this clone can naturally evolve into a new original body after the death of the original body. She laughed coldly. "That's why they have both magnanimity and integrity. But we don't have such magnanimity because we don't have the right or the ability. Clones can naturally evolve into a new original body after the death of the original body?" Chu Yang muttered to himself. Shuexian's clone laughed loudly. "You'll know sooner or later. But your current cultivation isn't at that stage yet. Solitary Emperor, although you can already defeat us clones, if you meet Lord Yun or Shuexian's original body, they can still crush you in an instant. Their power can't be sensed unless you experience it yourself." She didn't say much, but Chu Yang already understood a lot. He smiled slightly and didn't refute. For someone who was about to die, it wasn't worth wasting his saliva. A white figure flashed, and Chu Lu turned back excitedly. "Have you found her?" Shuexian's clone asked nervously. What she was worried about wasn't whether Chu Lu had been found, but whether Chu Lu would keep her promise. "Found her? You didn't lie indeed." Chu Lu smiled satisfactorily. "Then, will you cure me of the poison?" Shuexian's clone asked. This was what the clone was most concerned about. She was really afraid of the unfavorable changes that could happen in the next moment. "Of course." Chu Lu agreed readily. "I'm a person of my word. I'll cure you of the poison now." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a wisp of white smoke appeared. The next moment, the wisp of white smoke circled around Shuexian's arm. Almost at the same time as they came into contact, They saw that the greenish-purple line was gradually retreating. Finally, a string of black blood beads appeared at the tip of Shui Xian's finger, and her skin instantly returned to normal. Thank you. Shui Xian was relieved, and her body actually swayed a little. You can leave. Chu Lu'er emphasized, since I promised to let you go, I won't go back on my words. Shui Xian heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. But before she could take a step, she stopped in her tracks. She seemed to have turned into a wooden statue. Then, she turned around abruptly and screamed, "How do you expect me to leave? Where's my cultivation?" Because at this moment, she suddenly realized that the power that could overturn rivers and seas in her body had completely disappeared. She even felt tired after taking a step, not to mention soaring into the sky and transforming into a rainbow. What's going on? Chu Lu'er said regretfully, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. The prerequisite for this poison to be cured is that you have to pay the price of your entire cultivation. You won't have any power at all in the next 60 hours after the poison is cured. However, it's only 60 hours, only 3 days. I believe that if you were given a choice, you wouldn't choose to be poisoned to death, right?" Plop. Shui Xian immediately sat on the ground. Her gaze was obscure, and she suddenly laughed bitterly. "You're indeed lying to me. You're playing with me. You want to play me to death." Chu Lu'er said seriously, "When did I lie to you? I promised you that I would cure you of the poison and let you go. Didn't I do it now?" She had indeed done it. Shui Xian's clone laughed bitterly. Chapter 2571. He looked up. The world pride had exceeded 8 million words. Suddenly, he was somewhat perplexed. Did I really write so much? Was this really written by me? Back then, the legend of Ling Tian had more than 2 million words, but when it reached 1 million, the plot couldn't continue. When it reached 3 million, the evil monarch of another world couldn't control himself. But this world pride was already 8 million words. Looking back, it was like a dream. He was somewhat disappointed. But, have you all realized one thing? Did you know, we still created a miracle in the land of unconsciousness. There were many books with more than 8 million words. But, when it reached 8 million words, only the world pride was still fighting on the monthly votes list. 8 million words were still fighting for the common cause. Only world-defying stage. We still haven't given up. We are still fighting. Facing this Jianghu, we can't lose. This is us, and only us. I am very proud. What I am even more proud of is, anyone who has written a novel knows that the more words there are, the harder it is to control. The later it is, the more complicated it is, and the more unclear it is, so I can only write slower and slower. So I am proud. Because, when it reached 8 million words, only I, Wind Conquers the World, am still wildly exploding. In the future, there will definitely be people who will surpass me, but now, I am proud. For the world pride's 8 million words. For our pride. For the miracle we created. For my own pride. I want to say, please cast your monthly votes. All of the world pride. Let us celebrate once. Celebrate, because we are the only one. Just like this. Because this is the world pride. Because we all belong to the world pride. Shared glory, shared pride. Recalling the past, the world pride. How difficult it was to debut. How many hardships, sisters hand in hand, brothers side by side. How could the heroes of the world be bitterly disappointed? 3 years of wind and frost cast a lofty bone, and millions of brothers rushed forward. One battle, shocking the clouds. Chapter 2572. Shui Xian's clone could only feel despair. Yes, Chu Lu'er had fulfilled her promise. However, Shui Xian's current body had no cultivation at all. She might not even be as strong as an ordinary woman. No matter who she met, whether it was a human or a beast, she would only die if she walked out of here. Wild beasts didn't care about how beautiful a woman was. They only cared about the desire for good food. No man would let go of such a weak and peerless beauty. But this peerless beauty's identity was so shocking. Then, they could only finish her off after they had done that thing. Even if no one made things difficult for her, with her current body condition, how could she cross hundreds of thousands of miles to find the saint and the real body? 30 hours without any cultivation was a very long period of time. It was enough time for anything to happen. It could happen thousands of times, or even more times. Shuexian was stunned for a while. Then, she smiled bitterly and said, "So, I'm doomed. You were just fooling me. Fooling me." She murmured, and her voice became more and more desperate, and more vicious. It was a kind of extreme hatred. Looking at Chu Lu's indifferent expression, she finally gave up all hope. Her devastatingly beautiful face revealed the most sinister smile as she said, "If there comes a day when I make a comeback, little girl, I definitely won't kill you, and I won't cripple you like how you've crippled me. I'll only cripple your cultivation and sell you to the lowest brothel. I'll let you experience the pleasure of being ridden by thousands of people. You'll live for 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, forever and ever." Before she finished speaking, a sword had already nailed her to the ground. Calamity sword. Chu Yang's eyes were cold. He said indifferently, "You won't make a comeback one day. I promise. Also, my promise isn't just limited to you. It's effective on Shuexian's clone and your real body. You can wait underground." The Calamity Sword's devouring power was activated again. A soul that had completely collapsed was facing the unparalleled devouring power of the Calamity Sword. There was no chance for her to escape. Chu Yang wouldn't let go of anyone who dared to curse his sister like this. While everyone was resting in the Saint Emperor Palace, Missouri Tianji had already entered the palace to look for something. After a while, he walked out. He smiled bitterly, lucky. In his hands were several thick rosters. Sure enough, the experts of the Holy Emperor Palace have been sent to different places. The few of us came here. It's really just a gift. Mo Tianji grinned. Chu Yang laughed. His Calamity Sword flashed and disappeared. Instead, he went into Holy Emperor Palace to look for treasures. Although there were no experts here, there were definitely treasures. Moreover, there would definitely be a lot of them. It should be very, very, very special. After all, this was Holy Emperor Palace, the #1 sacred ground in Heaven Imperial Court. It was still okay if they had fewer treasures. A certain King Yinluo, who hadn't robbed for a long time, was finally going to do it again. In fact, Chu Yang didn't need to deliberately control it anymore. Tribulation Sword could do these things on its own. Where are we going next? Do we need to take another detour? Chu Yang asked. No need. Mo Tianji smiled and said, "Wait for me to transmit this information to the Tianji Intelligence Department and then announce it to the world. After that, we can travel day and night and go straight to the big Western paradise." Mo Tianji smiled and said, "You can't wait, but I can't wait either." Chu Yang nodded. He looked to the west and said softly, "I really don't know. How is Duxing now? I'm really worried right now." While everyone was waiting for Tribulation Sword to come out, Mo Tianji stood next to Chu Yang, carefully considering something. After thinking for a while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Chu Yang, what do you think of this doppelganger?" Chu Yang sighed and didn't open his mouth to speak. Mo Tianji also sighed along with him. "I finally understand why at the level of Saint Monarch, one clearly has already touched the door to the next step, but still hasn't really taken another step forward." Chu Yang said deeply, "There's a big chance that it's because of this doppelganger." Mo Tianji nodded, expressing his agreement. With this doppelganger, it's equivalent to not having most of the sense of danger. The more doppelganger, the safer the main body. Even if the main body dies, or even many of the doppelganger die, as long as one doppelganger is still alive, then this person can use this doppelganger to continue living. Moreover, it won't be long before the original body's strength can be recovered, just like being reborn. There's no loss at all. Moreover, one can create another doppelganger at any time to make up for the previous loss. In this way, The danger to oneself is indeed reduced to the minimum, and it's indeed the strongest life-saving method. There's no doubt about this. Chu Yang said, but for martial artists, without danger, there's no pressure. And without pressure, how can one advance and take another step forward? But once one has such a heaven-defying life-saving method, who would be willing to not use it? For the sake of a bleak future, one would give up such a wonderful life-saving method. As long as one has the slightest bit of intelligence, one would make a wise choice. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly and said, "A few days ago, after my cultivation made another breakthrough, I faintly felt that I had naturally comprehended this method of creating doppelganger. But I've been hesitating, and I didn't dare to act rashly. This choice is really difficult. Even if I'm not tempted now, what about later?" When I haven't taken another step forward for a long time, when there's a strong enemy attacking, when there's an enemy knocking on my door, will I give up my initial choice and create doppelganger to increase my chances of winning? After all, this temptation is really too great. Chu Yang nodded. The reason why I asked that question is because of this. I'm in the same situation now. It's after reaching this stage that one will understand the ability to create doppelganger and a strong desire to create doppelganger. That's why I specifically asked about Xue Xian'er's doppelganger. After creating a doppelganger, the master and the follower can cultivate at the same time. And the speed of cultivation can be increased by a lot, but the result is only to accumulate vital energy. It's useless for breaking through to a new level. In fact, it's even an obstacle. Moreover, among the top experts in the Heaven Imperial Court, as far as I know, the Demon Empress and the Eastern Emperor have never created doppelganger. Chu Yang said solemnly, therefore, I feel that this doppelganger might be a kind of. He stared at Mo Tianji, and then both of them were stunned. After a long while, they said in unison, a cultivation trap? Then, both of their expressions changed. If they didn't have doubts about this secret technique while they were comprehending it, they really couldn't guarantee that they would give up on this heaven-defying life-saving method. Take Chu Yang and Mo Tianji as an example. Chu Yang might be willing to give up on this secret technique and continue to forge ahead without turning back. However, with Mo Tianji's personality of planning before acting and his temperament of looking at the big picture, he really might not be able to resist this temptation. Because if this was a cultivation trap, then under normal circumstances, it was almost a fatal temptation that couldn't be resisted. The higher one's cultivation was, the higher one's status was, the more one would know how precious life was. Everything would come to an end after one day of impermanence, and nothing could be done after leaving. Everyone wanted to maintain such a high and mighty status, but at the same time, they also felt that in this world, there were too many dangers that could cause experts like them to lose their lives. No matter what level an expert was at, it was the same. And at this time, this kind of secret technique appeared. As long as one cultivated a doppelganger, one could eliminate these dangers. It was really the best choice. Not to mention, there were many additional benefits to cultivating a doppelganger. Who could resist the temptation of such a magical secret technique? And there was the most obvious example. The heavenly emperor of purple clouds, Zihao, didn't use the doppelganger technique. Once he died in battle, there was no chance for him to make a comeback. Under such a powerful example, who could resist the temptation to cultivate this perfect, secret technique of creating a doppelganger? But once it was started, it meant that one had jumped into a trap. From then on, one could practice the technique, improve one's cultivation, and purify one's power. But if one wanted to take a step further and jump out of the range of this heavenly imperial court, it would become something impossible. The path of cultivation was equivalent to coming to an end here. But if one continued to cultivate, it was also full of danger. Who knew? One might be struck by the heavenly tribulation in the next moment. So, the temptation of this doppelganger could be imagined. So, this secret technique of creating doppelganger, Chu Yang said word by word, we can't use it. No one can use it. We definitely can't use it. You can't even think about it. Chu Yang deliberately emphasized it 3 times. Imo Tianji said in horror. Yes, I'll inform all the brothers immediately. I must inform all the brothers at the first possible moment. The lifespan that the heavens give everyone is actually only a little more than 100 years in the first place. To be able to live for more than 100 years is already considered a long lifespan. Some people decline due to various reasons, and there are even some who die prematurely at birth. But those are all personal opportunities. Chu Yang said deeply, and the path of cultivation is to go against the heavens and change one's fate. From the moment one starts to cultivate, one starts to fight against the heavens to take back what one is about to lose, to extend one's future path infinitely. On this path, with every step forward, the pressure one has to endure is also a step greater. So, in human nature, there is an instinctive desire to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. This may be a benefit that the heavens give to ordinary people, but to cultivators, every such opportunity is actually a trap that will bury one's future. The more perfect an opportunity looks, the more likely it is to hide a great danger. To go against the heavens and move forward, how can there be any leeway? So, we can't do it. Chu Yang's voice was awe-inspiring and full of decisiveness. We can't stop here. Chapter 2573. Perhaps when we've truly transcended the control of heaven and earth, it won't be too late to talk about this doppelganger. Chu Yang smiled. But when that time comes, do we still need to create doppelganger? Imo Tianji also laughed heartily. Only after Chu Yang had finished speaking did Imo Tianji truly dispel the idea of creating doppelganger. Imo Tianji himself also recognized that this was a trap, but this temptation was really too tempting. It was practically an exceptional secret technique tailor-made for people like Imo Tianji. Therefore, Imo Tianji having this kind of idea was actually a reasonable matter. Let's ask, with Imo Tianji's intelligence and wisdom, he had this kind of impulse, let alone other people, because doppelganger could obtain too many advantages and could do too many things. For example, right now, if Imo Tianji had a doppelganger, his main body could accompany Chu Yang to battle here, and the other doppelganger could be in the big western paradise to help Gu Duxing deal with the crisis. If there was one more, he could even take care of Ao Xieyun's side. This was really an irresistible temptation. Therefore, when Imo Tianji had learned about the doppelganger's secret technique, he had been so excited. With this method, he could even more perfectly deal with the unfavorable situation before him, and even many subsequent problems would no longer be a problem. But Chu Yang had directly and mercilessly cut off this delusion. The saint is also an extremely intelligent person, but he still chose to create doppelganger. Imo Tianji let out a long sigh of relief. His heart was somewhat afraid, and his back was also covered in cold sweat. With the saint's intelligence, he couldn't have not known that this was a cultivation trap, but he still chose to do so. This was what he had thought a moment ago. It was completely the same. Perhaps only a sufficiently intelligent person would step into this cultivation trap, a person who truly wholeheartedly pursues the martial path. On the contrary, they wouldn't fall into this trap. Chu Yang somewhat couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Imo Tianji. Among us brothers, the one with the strongest desire should be you. Tianji. Imo Tianji's face flushed red, and there was an intense embarrassment. Like Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, these two people would rather die than create doppelganger. GMO and Luo Ku Di. His way of thinking and acting is closer to Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, while Ao Xieyun and Xie Danqiong are closer to you. He definitely won't cultivate it. His Nirvana divine ability is more advantageous than the cloning secret skill. He is the one we don't need to worry about. Chu Yang said, therefore, we only need to remind Ao Xian and Xie Danqiong. That will do. Tianji. Chu Yang muttered. Finally, he said, on the path of cultivation, there are times when you don't need to be so smart. You know what I'm talking about. Imo Tianji nodded deeply. His face was full of vigilance. Chu Yang Ran said, I've heard of such a story. Outside a village, there's a forest. No one has ever been able to pass through this forest. Naturally, No one knows what it's like outside the forest. According to ancient legends, this is the land of the jungle. There were man-eating demons. There were wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, and countless dangers. As long as a person went in, there was no hope of coming out alive. Everyone has been instilled with this kind of thinking by the elders in the village since they were young. There were also many smart people who tried to solve this mystery. However, as long as they walked into the jungle, they never came out again. It was as if the legend in the village was so unbreakable and unshakable. Until one day, someone made a bet that whoever went in and still came out alive would have to marry the most beautiful girl in the village. So a young man walked in, but not long after he walked in, he died. Another young man also walked in, but he also died. For some reason, when he reached a certain place, he died just like that without any warning. Finally, a very simple and honest young man expressed his willingness to try. The people in the village usually called him a fool, because other than working, he didn't know anything else. But he loved that girl deeply. In order to marry her, he was willing to try. So, he also walked into the jungle. Chu Yang paused. 2 months later, he came back alive. He also brought back many things from outside the jungle. He said that there was a city outside the jungle, a very big city. As long as you can pass through the jungle, you will be able to reach it. Everyone was very curious. Why were so many smart people unable to pass through the jungle, but only this half-fool could pass through it? A few brave young men followed the fool through the jungle. They finally understood that in this jungle, there was actually not much danger. It was just that the jungle was too dense, and there were some hidden dangers like poisonous snakes or poisonous mushrooms. At most, there were only a few wolves. As long as you were brave enough to walk forward, you would definitely be able to get out. But the truly terrifying part of this jungle was that it was really big, deep, and dense. Without a few days of continuous walking, it was impossible to pass through it. And every night, the surrounding atmosphere would become abnormally terrifying. So many smart people who walked in, but most of them did not die in the jungle. In those hidden dangers of the jungle, they were all scared to death by themselves. But a simple-minded and honest person who did not think of anything finally walked out and came back, because his heart did not have so many distracting thoughts. Chu Yang said, "Let's not talk about how interesting this story is, or how illogical and unreasonable it is, but this is the story. I'm done." The usually calm and collected Mo Tianji was already sweating profusely. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Yes." He understood the hidden meaning behind Chu Yang's story. Most of the time, people needed to be smart and intelligent in life. Smart and intelligent could solve most of the problems in life. However, under certain circumstances, only by stubbornly walking forward could one reach the other side. As the saying goes, more haste, less speed. What one can see but not reach, this also applied to smart people. If this story was told to others, it might not have any effect. But to Mo Tianji, it was like a blow to the head. Wisdom imbuement. A voice full of anticipation said, "Then, what happened next? Did this young man marry the girl he loved?" The two of them turned and saw Chu Luer, Imo Laer, Xin Yang, Wu Qianqian, Taibatian. These women were waiting expectantly for Chu Yang to continue. They did not care at all about the logic behind this story. To women, what they really cared about was not the logic, but whether this young man married the girl in the end. Logic and whatnot were not important to women, including the careless Xin Yang, the talented Taibatian, and Wu Qianqian, who was once the king of Hell Chu. They were all waiting, anticipating a perfect ending. Towards this mentality of women, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were both dumbfounded, speechless, and even at a loss of what to do. "Oh my!" Mo Qingwu and Chu Lu pouted in dissatisfaction. "What exactly are you thinking about? Did that person marry the girl or not? Hurry up and tell us. Isn't it just a matter of a sentence?" Chu Yang was speechless. "You all know that it's just a matter of a sentence. Can't you finish it yourself? Do you have to ask? Besides, in this story, is it important whether he marries the girl or not? It was completely, Not even close, women. What exactly are you thinking, of course? To Chu Yang and Mo Tianji, they already knew that they could not reason with women. They were all people who had been taught a painful lesson. If they tried to reason with women, there would only be one outcome, and that was a very, very tragic outcome. Digression, this principle is definitely applicable to most men and women. Please take this as a warning and do not try to change this principle. Otherwise, you will also end up very, very miserable. There was an awkward silence for a long while. This story has actually already ended here. Mo Tianji spread out his hands, speechless. Who cares about whether the girl is married or not? These are two completely different things. That won't do. That's even more wrong. Isn't the core of this story about a lover getting what he wants? Chu Lu and Mo Qingwu objected fiercely. So, it's definitely not finished, right? Big brother, hurry up and tell us. Stop beating around the bush. Did that silly boy marry the girl or not? What else is there after that? Chu Yang was tongue-tied for a while. Finally, he said with a black face, After this young man went back, he married the girl and then the story came to an end. He had originally intended to go along with the women's tastes and express the end. But this sentence caused even more trouble. How did it come to an end? And how did he marry the girl? What was the reaction of the villagers? Were they envious? There were also many who were jealous, right? What did the girl say? Would she have agreed so easily? This matter itself is unfair to that girl. Just a stupid bet ruined that girl's future for the rest of her life. Yes. How did this honest young man follow up? Even if they really got married, what about their wedding? Didn't that honest young man go to the city? He must have some decent betrothal gifts. What exactly were they? Was there anyone in the village who was jealous? Then, they sabotaged it. This is an inevitable contradiction in the drama and an inevitable development. Your story is not exciting at all. It's just bones and no meat. It's not interesting at all. You really don't have any creative talent, Sai. How many children did they have in the end? Chu Yang fell into a daze. If he had a choice or a medicine for regret, Chu Yang could swear to the heavens that he would never tell Mo Tianji any boring story. Wasn't that just asking for trouble for himself? And it was asking for trouble. A huge trouble. Chu Yang wailed in his heart, "Help." Chapter 2574. All the complex emotions in Chu Yang's heart were summed up in these three words, "Save me." Until the Calamity Sword came back from its looting, Chu Yang still hadn't finished telling the story that should have been over by the time Mo Tianji understood the truth. Fortunately, the Calamity Sword came back and flew back into Chu Yang's hands. Chu Yang expressed that he wanted to quickly tidy up this time's harvest. A group of ladies very sensibly and magnanimously expressed their permission and finally ended this very painful story. Then everyone set off for the big western sky. On the way, Chu Yang was forced to tell half the story, but the permission was temporary. After tidying things up, everyone went on their way. The road was very boring, so they naturally had to tell the follow-up story. Therefore, a certain person told the story while still dealing with endless questions. He kept talking until Chu Yang even had the heart to die. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have cared if Mo Tianji died. Die the boss, not Tianji. Mo Tianji very rarely personally made a move. From afar, he scouted the road ahead, and together with Rue Butong, they left this dangerous area full of women. GMO and Luoku D followed far behind to hold the line, in the name of defending against the pursuers, who didn't know the truth. Regarding Chu Yang's miserable experience, everyone only rejoiced in his misfortune. Only you know how to tell stories. Go on. Talk to death. Die the boss, not die the brothers. This was Calamity's principle, and it hadn't changed in 100,000 years. Even the current Calamity Sword Master was no exception. This group of bastards who don't care about loyalty. Bullshit brothers. I'm already so miserable. No one said they would help. Chu Yang cursed in his heart and continued to tell the story with a bitter face. He really collapsed. Sigh, no matter what kind of woman, no matter big or small, no matter beautiful or ugly, As long as they heard a love story, no matter what the original starting point was, their eyes would turn green. If you don't let them know the ending of this love story, and especially don't give them a satisfactory ending, then you just wait. Again, if the male compatriots here don't believe me, then you can try. I support you in trying. He, Chu Yong, and the others rushed to the big western sky at night. And Mo Tianji's subordinate Heavenly Secret Intelligence Department, the only subordinate organization of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion that hadn't been directly banned, had already spread the news of the Saint Emperor's Palace's destruction like a gust of wind to the entire Heavenly Imperial Court, almost in an instant. This extremely shocking news was like dropping 70 to 80,000 atomic bombs in the entire Heaven Palace. The entire Heaven Palace was in an uproar. Regardless of whether they were rich or not, they were all buying this information to confirm its authenticity. They were all shaking their heads and sighing in shock. However, in the world of the truly powerful, this news was like a bolt from the blue. Indescribably shocking. For more than 1,000,000 years, Holy Emperor Palace, the supreme and sacred place of the Heaven Imperial Court, had been destroyed just like that since it was built. No one had ever dared to challenge it. In the blink of an eye, all of them were destroyed, as if they had no power to resist at all. According to reliable sources, after the Big Western Skies battle, the solitary emperor was no match for the Saint Emperor and joined hands with his subordinates to attack. In the end, they suffered a crushing defeat. All of their preparations were scattered. Years of painstaking planning. In the end, everything was destroyed. In the end, they flew into a rage and decided to retaliate. One day, the solitary emperor led several of his trusted subordinates to infiltrate the extreme sky. Taking advantage of the Saint Emperor's emptiness, they launched an attack. The Saint Emperor's palace, lacking the Saint Emperor, only had less than 10,000 men. They were unable to resist the solitary emperor who was determined to take revenge. Overnight, the Saint Emperor's palace completely collapsed. The Saint Emperor's palace was completely annihilated. A generation's Saint Empress Shuexian heir also perished. Then, a parenthesis was added. According to speculation, this is most likely the Saint Empress clone, not the real person. Such explosive news caused the Heaven Palace to be in an uproar. From the apex martial artists to the common people, everyone was talking about it. So much so that there was some disbelief. The powerful Saint Emperor's palace was destroyed just like that? Disappeared just like that? What did the news say? The solitary emperor was no match for the Saint Emperor and joined hands with his subordinates to attack? Angry and retaliating, he led several subordinates to attack the Saint Emperor's palace. The Saint Emperor's palace lacked the Saint Emperor and only had 10,000 men. They were unable to resist and were destroyed. It should be like that, right? Then the solitary emperor's strength seemed to be very, very, very strong, and even the Saint Empress perished? Although the news stated that it was possibly the clone, in the hearts of the people, they only paid attention to the first sentence. A generation's Saint Empress Shuexian heir also perished. This was even more shocking. In an instant, the entire Heaven Palace was in an uproar. After meals, in the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about it. Do you know? Something big happened. What big thing? The Saint Emperor's palace was annihilated by the solitary emperor. Not a single person was spared. Even the Saint Empress Shuexian heir was killed. Do you know? Something big happened. What big thing? The Saint Emperor's palace was annihilated by the solitary emperor. I heard that the solitary emperor even killed the Saint Empress Shuexian heir. I heard that he raped and then killed. Do you know? Something big happened. Just like that, the solitary emperor raped and killed all the men and women in the Saint Emperor's palace. Even the Saint Empress Shuexian heir was no exception. I'm so shocked. Tisk. This solitary emperor is really lucky with women. I heard that the Saint Empress was the #1 beauty back then, for a time. Rumors spread all over the Heaven Imperial Court. In just a few days, it had spread like a god, an immortal, a demon, and a ghost. The story was full of twists and turns. It also became even more confusing and confusing. People were talking about it with their saliva splattering everywhere and beaming with joy, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. The people who heard it were dumbfounded and nodded their heads repeatedly, fascinated. When the experts of the Saint Emperor's palace heard this news, they became even more furious and irritable. When they were outside, they originally wanted to bully and suppress others, but their nest was actually dug up by someone else. This was simply a great humiliation. This news spread to the ears of the saint very quickly. It could be said that, other than the internal members of the Tianji Intelligence Department, he was the first person to know about this news. When he heard this news, the saint fell into a rare silence. Then, he calmly continued to give orders. No one is allowed to act blindly without thinking. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. The saint's calmness at this time made everyone puzzled. His nest had been dug up, and the Saint Empress had even done that. How could he still be so nonchalant? What was His Majesty the Saint thinking? But after the saint finished this sentence, he had already left with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was still calm, and his eyes were still calm. Everyone, disperse. Wait for the next order. Only the last voice was transmitted back like this. In another elegant room, the saint was no longer as calm as before. His face was as gloomy as water. Although on the surface, he didn't seem to care about the gains and losses, but this unforeseen event was related to his foundation. How could he really not care? Not to mention, there were still many of his women in there. This time, they had all turned into ashes. Heaven and man were forever separated. No one could understand the anger in his heart at this moment, but he suppressed it with all his might. He didn't want others to know or notice. You all just want to use this to provoke me. But, no matter what you do now, there will be a day when you all return it to me with interest. I won't allow any of you to die so easily. Just wait. Shang Jun Xian silently recited and memorized the following few names. All the leaders of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. I won't let any of them off easily. Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, Xie Danxiong, Dong Wushang, Rui Budong, GMO, Luo Kadi, Tan Tan, Ao Sheyun, and Tai Butian, Zi Sheqing, Wu Qianqian, Mo Qingwu, Mo Lei and even Dong Huang, Shuelei Han, Yao Xian and Mo Qingqing. All of you will die a horrible death. I could scheme Z how to death that day. Do you think you can be an exception? The saint's heart was still in turmoil, but his face returned to calmness. It was extremely calm and indifferent, like the waves of the sea, calm and tranquil. The names of Chu Yang and the others were now famous in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The saint knew them like the back of his hand. But now, the saint was still uncertain. Were these people in the same group? Was there a unified organization? Or were they just in the nature of allies, but they were fighting for themselves? Who was it that had such a big move? To be able to create such a big commotion, this was undoubtedly the biggest mystery in the saint's heart at this moment. Of all the kidnappers, including their family members, there were only two people who hadn't been exposed until now, Mo Tianji and Chu Luer. And of these two people who hadn't been exposed, one of them was the #1 poison expert in the world, the one who could silently and soundlessly kill people on a large scale without leaving any traces, Chu Luer. And the other person was the ultimate source of the chaos in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, the mastermind behind the scenes who controlled everything, Mo Tianji. I believe that the sage may never know what I've missed out in the end. What is my own mystery, in the end? Beside him was the somewhat pale western skies maniac sword, Heavenly Emperor, Wu Yequang. Your Majesty. Maniac sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang said softly, I'm afraid this unforeseen event might not have been done by the solitary emperor. The saint rolled his eyes and said with a faint smile, His faint smile and calm expression concealed a bone-piercing chill. Even someone like the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor couldn't help but tremble when he saw his calm expression. Chapter 2575. At that time, when the solitary emperor made the final decisive battle, we gathered all the power of the big western sky's upper echelons to meet him. At the most crucial moment, His Majesty, the sage monarch, personally made a move to change the situation of the battle, seriously injuring Gu Duxing and that Bu Luqing. Although these two people were ultimately lucky enough to escape under the cover of the self-detonation of countless experts of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, their injuries were absolutely not fake. According to my conjecture, under such serious injuries, even if they had rare elixirs and pure cultivation to recover, the fact that these two people could stand up now is already a great miracle. Not to mention that they completely recovered in such a short period of time. Rushed 270,000 li, sneak attacked the Sage Monarch Palace, and destroyed the entire Sage Monarch Palace, and even the entire battle strength of the Sage Monarch Palace. This is absolutely impossible, Wu Yequang carefully said. Thinking of that decisive battle, Wu Yequang still felt his mind shake, and even had lingering fears. He had lived for more than 1,000,000 years, and had experienced countless battles, but had never had any battle that was so desperate to that extent. But the Heavenly Armament Pavilion did it. Gu Duxing's Heavenly Armament Pavilion, in the face of the entire Heavenly Court's power, unexpectedly occupied the upper hand, and even had the Sage Monarch Palace's experts powerfully intervened and attacked from two sides, but they still fought desperately. Although they were defeated, they were not routed, until the Sage Monarch personally made a move, seriously injuring Gu Duxing and Bu Luqing, and they were thoroughly defeated. However, the battle was not over yet, because the solitary emperor was seriously injured by the Sage Monarch, and the battle after he was defeated truly moved everyone to think of it and made them look askance. Originally, when Gu Duxing was defeated, the Sage Monarch Palace and the Big Western Skies experts thought that victory and defeat was clear. The battle situation was already set, but unexpectedly, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's experts, seeing Gu Duxing seriously injured at first, not only did they not become timid, but their fighting spirit soared. In order to cover Gu Duxing's escape, every person of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion dashed forward without thinking of their own safety, and with continuous self-detonation, they attacked as if they were going to die. Unexpectedly, they stopped the Sage Monarch's pursuit of Gu Duxing's footsteps. That kind of heroism, even now when he thought of it, made Wu Yequang's back feel cold. Fortunately, on that day, he welcomed those self-detonation type attacks. It was the Sage Monarch himself. If it was himself, Wu Yequang really did not dare to think of it. The Sage Monarch snorted, and his teacup, his eyes revealed intense anger. During the battle that day, he had clearly chosen the best time to attack. Thus, Bu Luqing and Gu Duxing were severely injured at the same time. While the other party's momentum was at its peak, he defeated them head-on. If there was a flaw, then the only flaw was that he couldn't kill the two of them on the spot. Then, the situation of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion took a turn for the worse. However, they did not expect that thousands of saints would suddenly go crazy at that moment. 300 people. At the same time, he self-detonated while the sage was chasing after him. There were still 700 people who were fighting with their lives on the line, not to kill the enemy, but to obstruct them. Gu Duxing and Bu Luqing were nowhere to be found by the time these people were eliminated under such a tragic cover. Even the sage's heaven-toppling and earth-toppling technique couldn't find its whereabouts. A little flaw led to the biggest regret. It even led to such a serious consequence. It didn't matter whether the culprit behind the destruction of the Holy Emperor Palace was Duxing Heavenly Emperor or not. But it was certain that Gu Duxing was closely related to him. Of course, this was not done by Gu Duxing, the sage snorted coldly. They attacked the Holy Emperor Palace with the purpose of creating a diversion and besieging the way to rescue the Zhao. Do you think it's so easy to divert my attention? Your Majesty is wise, Wu Yequang said respectfully. However, Your Majesty is wise and far-sighted. Although you can remain unmoved, others may not. Wu Yequang frowned. Do we need? No need. The sage frowned. Only in this way, when everyone's hearts are shaken and flaws appear, will they dare to come. We need to create opportunities for them. Only then will they have the guts to come. The sage's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. We just need them to come. As long as they come, they will be buried here. If the Holy Emperor Palace is gone, we can rebuild it in the future. If experts are gone, we can recruit and nurture new ones. If grandsons are gone, we can have more. If wives are gone, we can find new ones. Because there's still me. With me here, even if people's hearts are shaken, even if there are flaws, so what? How can a few jumping clowns shake the big picture? The sage's voice was flat without ripples. And if these jumping clowns of the heavenly armament pavilion are gone, then they really are gone. Wu Yekwang only felt a chill rise up his spine. At this moment, he almost shivered. Regarding the remnants of the heavenly armament pavilion, your big western skies official search and capture, the sage looked at Wu Yekwang. Is too perfunctory. Wu Yekwang smiled bitterly. Previously, there was a continuous year and a half of fighting. The big western skies elites have already been lost. Moreover, these people of the heavenly armament pavilion are extremely united. Even if we occasionally catch a few, no matter what kind of punishment we use, they won't reveal any useful information. If they're forced into a corner, they'll commit suicide. There are even a few people who, seeing that they won't be spared, simply kill themselves. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry for the time being. I'll give the order to quickly investigate. Seeing that the sage's complexion was gradually becoming somewhat unsightly, Wu Yekwang tactfully hurriedly followed up with a promise. We must catch Gu Duxing in the shortest time possible. This is very important. Go then. Watching the crazed sword heavenly emperor leave, the teacup in the sage's hand silently turned into fine powder. His expression was malicious and he muttered, "Only a doppelganger died. Only a doppelganger died." There was an indescribable feeling in his voice, but one could faintly hear that there was a kind of regret. In some hidden place in the big western sky, Gu Duxing, dressed in black, calmly stood there. Behind him was the similarly seriously injured Bu Luqing. At his side, there was also Gu Miaoling, who was gasping for breath. It was clear at a glance that these three people were already exhausted to the extreme. The heavy pills that Gu Duxing carried at his side had already been distributed by Gu Miaoling to Gu Duxing and Bu Luqing. However, in the face of the injuries that the sage had personally created, the heavy pills could alleviate a little. But the effect that they could have was already not much. Previously, when everyone was treating GMO, they had mentioned that the sage's power was already mixed with the power of law. And this was precisely the special injury that the heavy pills were unable to eliminate. Previously, at the most critical moment, Bu Luqing had burned his soul force and all of his life's potential as the price to erupt with his final strength. At that time, he had already been seriously injured and unable to move, forcibly breaking through the battlefield with Gu Duxing. He only had enough time to bring Gu Miaoling and escape from the battlefield amidst the chaos. At the moment when the sage had just made his move, because Bu Luqing was a bit further away. Moreover, at the crucial moment, Gu Duxing had single-handedly blocked the majority of the sage's attacks, preserving a part of his battle strength for him. It was also because of this that Bu Luqing had the strength to break out of the siege at the final moment. At that time, the sage had made his move. Bu Luqing, who had been on the battlefield for a long time and was even more proficient in understanding the key points, immediately knew. It's over. There's no more luck in this battle. Therefore, he made a prompt decision, dragging Gu Duxing and immediately fleeing. He himself didn't even distinguish any direction, only knowing that in the chaos, he was fleeing in the opposite direction of the most chaotic battlefield, breaking through layers upon layers of obstacles, avoiding who knows how many interceptions. Only then could he be considered to have shaken off his pursuers. Finally, when he reached the lakeside and wanted to leap over the lake to escape, he fell in midair. The three of them fell to the bottom of the lake at the same time. At that moment, Bu Luqing had already reached the point where he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. If not for that lake, the three of them might really have been finished. It was Gu Miaoling, who had the weakest cultivation, who dragged the two big men to the lakeside at that time, found a hidden water cave and hid in it. Then, she drained all the water inside and sealed the entrance from the outside. This cave was equivalent to being submerged underwater, forming a secret space. Chu Yang had previously left a total of 3 heavy pills for Gu Duxing, and Gu Miaoling had given each of them one. Bu Luqing had previously burned his soul force and all of his life potential, and his injuries were extremely serious, but the heavy pills were still relatively effective for such injuries. Although it couldn't turn the situation around, but for a short period of time, his life wasn't in danger. The one who was truly in trouble was Gu Duxing, who had suffered heavy injuries from the sage. In addition to his internal and external injuries, there was also the threat of the power of the law, and the effectiveness of one heavy pill was limited. Gu Miaoling was helpless, and could only give the last heavy pill to Gu Duxing. Fortunately, although this heavy pill was still affected by the power of the law, it still prevented Gu Duxing's injuries from worsening. Until today, Gu Duxing finally woke up. As long as a person woke up, it meant that there was a turning point. That day, GMO had been heavily injured by the sage and had never woken up, so he couldn't use his cultivation to resist the sage's special power that had invaded his body. In that situation, any external force or special medicine had extremely limited effects, but when the injured person regained consciousness, he could take the initiative to resist his injuries and heal himself. Although it might not be able to expel the power of the law, his condition was still much better. But after waking up, Gu Duxing remained expressionless and had been standing for a long time. As long as he woke up, he refused to lie down, and even more refused to sit, and insisted on standing like this. After a long time, Gu Duxing hoarsely asked, "Sister Xiao Miao, where's this place?" Speaking of which, the two had been married for a long time, but I still call you Sister Xiao Miao, and you call me little brother. Gu Miaoling gently said, "This is outside the battlefield. I also don't know where this place is, but it's very safe. You should recuperate well, and don't think about anything else." Gu Duxing listened to the sound of water outside and said, "This is the bottom of the water?" "Yes, it should be." Gu Miaoling dragged her equally tired body and took out some dry rations from the space ring and said, "You should eat something first. Your injuries are not light. You should recover your strength first, and then we can slowly think of a way." Gu Duxing woodenly agreed and took the dry rations and put them in his mouth. But after chewing 2 mouthfuls, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and even the dry rations that he had just chewed up were sprayed on the ground. Chapter 2576. Gu Miaoling could only be ranked second when it came to the number of people who were always by Gu Duxing's side. The Black Dragon Sword was Gu Duxing's personal weapon that never left his side. Whether it was eating, sleeping, or bathing, it never left his side. In this battle, it was also lost. Only when Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's group of brothers come, can we be considered to have passed the crisis? Gu Miaoling thought. "Little brother, no matter when, I will accompany you. If you win, I will accompany you to rule the world and look down on the universe. If you lose, I will accompany you to make a comeback. If you die, I will accompany you to assimilate the withered bones and walk in the spring with you. Even if my soul is scattered and my spirit is destroyed, I will also transform into a cloud of smoke in the vast sky." Gu Duxing was adjusting his breathing. But just as he absorbed a wisp of spiritual energy into his dantian, he felt a spiritual energy whirlpool forming above his head. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He immediately stopped and opened his eyes. "What's wrong?" Gu Miaoling sensed the change in spiritual energy and immediately asked, "This won't do. If I mobilize the spiritual energy in the sky, a small amount of spiritual energy is not enough to support my healing. But if I mobilize a large amount of spiritual energy, it will inevitably cause a big commotion in the sky. There is a great chance that the enemy will notice. They must be searching for our whereabouts now. Gu Duxing said, we don't have any external help now. Boss and the others can't come in a short time. Once we are discovered, only death awaits. Gu Miaoling was stunned. Then what should we do? If he couldn't even heal, then wouldn't that be an even more dead end? Gu Duxing pursed his lips. He pondered and said, we are underwater now. Water also has spiritual energy. And underground, there is also spiritual energy. Let me try and see if I can absorb water and underground, life energy. There was too much uncertainty in his voice, because he had a similar feeling before. That was when he was 3 days in the heavenly layer continent. But after cultivating, he still felt that it was not as sharp as directly absorbing spiritual energy from the sky. Moreover, the spiritual energy underground was thick. It did not seem to match with his sharp swordsmanship at that time. So he stopped trying. Until now, he thought of it again. Now that he had been forced into a corner, this was the only path he could try his best to take. Then give it a try. It must be possible. The heavens bless the good, and the heavens never seal off all paths. Gu Miaoling encouraged. Gu Duxing nodded. He closed his eyes and began to try. Gradually, he began to try to absorb the vital energy in the water and underground. Instead, he discarded all the vital energy in the air. He couldn't let Sister Xiao Miao and Bu Luqing die here because of him. Therefore, the top couldn't be moved. Gu Duxing thought so. He started to circulate his energy. Gradually, he entered a meditative state. Perhaps even he himself did not expect this. His helpless action today had allowed him to truly step into the supreme great Tao of swordsmanship where fire and water came from the same source. Yin and Yang walked the same path, and heaven and earth became one. The power of earth was completely different from the power of vast sky. If there was only one of the two, it would inevitably be biased. Although he could still reach an extremely high level, his yin and yang would always be out of balance. Only by becoming one with heaven and earth could one truly become an immortal. While Gu Duxing was regulating his breathing, time was also slowly passing by. Dong Wushang, Xie Dinxiong, and the others were like shooting stars chasing after the moon. Their hearts burned like fire as they rushed towards Big Western Sky. Only when they stepped into Big Western Sky's borders did they know how desperate Gu Duxing's battle was. In the past, they only heard rumors and knew some numbers from Tianji Intelligence Department's information. However, only when they truly faced this world did they know that Gu Duxing was not easy. The moment they truly saw the battlefield, only then did they know. This battle was actually so heaven-shaking and peerless. This is the battlefield of that day's great battle? A 7-star bodyguard had already used the most cruel method of separating tendons and dislocating bones to interrogate the captive that had just been captured. This guy was a military officer of Big Western Sky, but he was forcibly captured by a 7-star bodyguard from the military camp. Even when he was captured, this guy was doing something by himself and was not wearing any clothes on his body. The great battle had just ended, and he had experienced such a desperate campaign. As a military officer, doing something else was also understandable. Still, Mo Lei Air could not bear to watch, and allowed him to put on his clothes. Yes, this is the place. This is really the battlefield of that day. This general impatiently looked at the several evil people in front of him, his face filled with an expression that was almost about to collapse. He cried and howled. Why don't you believe me? What I said was the truth. Lying and beating me is not wrong, but what I said was the truth. Why, thinking about how since he had been captured, it had not been much time since he had been captured, and he had already endured as if he had reincarnated 18 times in the 18 layers of hell, yet he was still not allowed to die. This general almost wanted to dig out his own heart and swear an oath. This was really too torturous. These people were too evil, too cruel, too, what was that? Your mother's fart, lying with your eyes wide open, and you still dare to feel wronged? Dong Wushang slapped his face and fiercely roared. This place is clearly a sea. Did your family send troops to war in the sea? Are you all fucking fish? Fighting in the sea? Even if you are all fish, Are Duxing Heavenly Emperor's side also fish? Truth? Bullshit truth. Dong Wushang was originally a very calm person. Among his brothers, besides Gu Duxing, he was the most taciturn. But thinking that Gu Duxing was currently in a situation where life and death were uncertain, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he always had a kind of impulse to destroy the world. Originally, this place was the heaven-inserting mountain range of the Big Western Sky. Casually ask the people of the Big Western Sky, and they would know. How can this be faked? It really is several mountain ranges. This general felt so wrong that he wanted to cry again. I didn't lie. What I said was the truth. This was the battlefield of that day's great battle. Why don't you believe what I said? Why Xie Dinqiong stopped Dong Wushang, who was about to open his mouth again, and asked pensively, you mean to say, this place was originally a plain? A mountainous region? But after that battle, it became a sea? At this moment, this general looked at Xie Dinqiong as if he was looking at his own father, and nodded like he was pounding garlic. Yes, it was like this. It really was like this. He was so moved that he almost cried again. My dear mother, there's finally someone who can understand the human language. My dear father, I finally met you. That battle, how many troops did both sides dispatch? Xie Dinqiong stood up and looked at the vast, ocean-like body of water in front of him. It was boundless, and his complexion was heavy. A single battle had directly turned the land into a sea. How much energy was needed to create this situation? Xie Dinqiong had already faintly guessed what kind of attack Gu Duxing and his army had encountered, and what kind of attack they had endured. Our Big Western Skies side dispatched 23 million elite battle strength. This general's tears and snot mingled together. The other side, the solitary emperor's side, probably only had a little more than 14 million people. After this great battle, countless brothers have all thrown their bones here. The total military strength of both sides reached 37 million people. Dong Wushang, Emo Air, and Xie Dinqiong all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. You tell me in detail about that battle from beginning to end, Xie Dinqiong said. At the same time, his complexion became gloomy. I didn't expect it to be on such a scale. That day, when I dealt with you on Tianji, I didn't mobilize such a large amount of military strength. Second brother Gu, how are you now? In that battle, the solitary emperor led the army. Their offensive was like a tide, and their imposing manner was like a rainbow. They finally approached here. As long as they advanced another 3,000 li, they would reach the Western Sky imperial capital. At that time, the situation was tantamount to already forcing our Big Western Sky to a dead end. Every army that came to rescue the king assembled, and the imperial guards all moved out, but the battle situation was still extremely not optimistic. Although this guy's strength wasn't good, when he talked about things, it was clear and logical. At that time, the Big Western Sky side gathered 23 million troops. They were nicknamed an army of billions. Both sides agreed to carry out the final decisive battle here. After the battle, the winner would be the king, and the loser would be the bandit. There would be no complaints or regrets. Xie Dinqiong took a deep breath. Who proposed this? It was our mad sword Sky Emperor. This person said, fuck. Dong Wushang cursed. Looking at the current battle situation, combined with the situation at that time, anyone could guess that this so-called final decisive battle was a conspiracy. From beginning to end, it was a conspiracy through and through. But at that time, it had already reached this stage. But it also didn't allow Gu Duxing to shrink back. Besides, there was a precedent. At that time, Dong Wushang defeated Extreme Heaven, merciless Heavenly Emperor Zue Wuqing. The winner would be the king, and the loser would be the bandit. Not long ago, Ao Xieyun similarly defeated Heavenly Emperor Qing Shao, and also smoothly ascended the throne. Now, the Big Western Sky Emperor Wu Yequang also proposed this kind of challenge to Gu Duxing. If he were Gu Duxing, would he accept? This choice already didn't need to be questioned. Since this battle could decide the world and reduce casualties, how could he not accept? If he could decide the world in one battle, in the future when he counterattacked the heavenly demons, he could have more strength to participate in the battle. From beginning to end, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Besides, even if Wu Yekwang acted shamelessly afterwards, Gu Duxing also had confidence that he would undoubtedly win this battle. Moreover, to Gu Duxing, the temptation of accomplishing everything in one battle was too big. Besides the enemy dying a lot less, his own brothers could also avoid sacrificing themselves. Therefore, Gu Duxing really didn't have any reason to refuse. And this conspiracy, or perhaps it could be said to be an overt plot, was formed at this time. In that battle, both sides brought their troops forward. Heavenly Emperor Du Xing set up a big camp at the base of Heavenly Moat Peak, and 100 li across from him was our big Western Sky Army. And Heavenly Moat Peak was the main peak of the mountain range. And behind the continuous mountain range was the sea. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.